The Miami Hurricanes search for a new head football coach is over. The Canes have sealed the deal with Richt. CBS 4's Mike Cunha is live on the
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
A lot of people like this choice.
Yeah, Elliot, a lot of people, including some former players and
The Miami Hurricanes' search for a new head football coach is over. The Canes have sealed the deal with Mark Richt. CBS 4's Mike Cunio is live on the UN campus in Coral Gables with the details. And Mike, a lot of people like this choice.
Yeah, Elliot, a lot of people, including some former players who tweeted out last night that when Al Golden was given the job, they actually had to Google who he was. Of course, he was coming from Temple, but Mark Richt, very established coach coming from the SEC and Georgia, where he won a ton of games, and now he's returning to his alma mater to be the head coach of the Miami Hurricanes. Now, Canes quarterback Brad Kaya, our cameras caught him walking in today, was reportedly a key component for Richt taking the job. He'll inherit a team that has some talent, not to mention the incredible high school talent he can recruit in the area. Now, Peter Ariz of CanesInsight.com broke the news yesterday, and according to Ariz, the school knew the program was at a crossroads and needed to make a big move if the Hurricanes wanted to remain relevant in the college football landscape.
The big money guys said, listen, this is do or die. We're in a very dangerous point of our program's history, and something needs to be done about it. And I think they were embarrassed, quite frankly, kind of the outpouring from the Canes fans with the banners situation and, you know, the amount of emails they've sent them. It was just enough is enough at this point, and they went out there, and you have to give them credit for, you know, opening up their wallets, doing what a lot of people didn't think that they could do.
Now, we're still waiting for official word from the school about the hire, but looks like the school newspaper already jumping on the train. The new face of Miami football, that's the headline today. Of course, CBS 4 News will have all the latest as the coaching search comes to a conclusion here in Coral Gables. Mike Cunio for CBS 4 News.
Let's get ready to go to work. Go ahead and attack today, baby. Go get it. Go get it. It'll be great. It'll be great. It'll be great. Let's go. Hey, let's go. Work. I-M-I-A-M-I. Let's go.
How y'all like that? How y'all doing this evening? I hope everybody's doing well. Looks like we got the Cubadamas Studio One live. Man, look. Oh. Studio One Live has been getting deep on his channel. Between Solomon running his little hind end off and his Hiru, the guru. Studio One Live getting deep, bruh. He is getting deep. I love it. There we go. In case you didn't know, I am South Coast Kane Jordan Page. And I see Miss Ellen V, the most underappreciated lady in the business. I think Coach needs to renegotiate your contract there, Miss Ellen. So how y'all doing? This is the Rise of the Fall series. This is episode 13, 2016. And as you saw from the intro, there is a new coach, Mark Richt. There is a reason for the 444. You need the link. What you need the link to, studio? Let me know what you need, buddy. But nah, anyway, actually when I did that little newscast thing, it was kind of we're gonna get, hey, look, you know, this is how we do it. I gotta talk uninterrupted. I don't do like Shad. I just don't make a video so nobody bothers me. I just have to go through this, and then everybody is welcome to come in. You're gonna get it. I promise you, you're gonna get it. So yeah. If you notice in that news segment, which was not live, that was from 2016, 2015. you had you had one of the guys from Kane's Insight. Okay. Yeah, I have to pontificate. And I'm going to get to it. We're going to get to it just a second. First, I want to welcome everybody here. Like I said, Cubadamus, Miss Ellen, Studio One. If anybody's in the back row, welcome. I know Shad just got through with Truck and Chubb Z. If y'all have not checked out Fans Point of View, please go check them out. Also, Pete was, yeah. I have to say, I don't know what's going on. I really don't. But our last episode, episode 12, had 128 views. Now, I don't know if that was people like, I don't know if the YouTube algorithm messed up and people found us. And, you know, I don't think they watched the whole 4 hours. But if you did, thank you. But hey, I love it. I'm glad we're getting our message out there. Also, if you notice, it should be coming up shortly. Why am I in the background? Hang on just a second. I'm sorry. I forgot that TV was even on. I'm sorry. People gonna think I'm really into myself. I was looking for something. I forgot it was on. My apologies. If you notice in the Check It Out corner, y'all know about Check It Out corner. I came across another good place, another good channel. It should be coming up right after Studio One. Should be the next one. Here we go. Here we go. Bam. Opposing sidelines. Chloe and NES, Nintendo Entertainment System. I don't know. But look, those are just two guys. They're out there giving their point of views. Nothing fancy. They're just like us. Everyday good people that just try to live the best they can. Shad, I don't know if you're here yet or whatever, whoever you are tonight. He is a Raiders fan, but it's just another channel. And I watched their last episode and it was really good stuff. Really good stuff. I mean, just like I said, two guys, nothing fancy, sitting in front of the camera, giving what they think. And apparently they're like us. They do not get checks. And on that note of checks, I don't know if y'all saw Twitter this past week, but I noticed that, what's that dude's name? He's part of the coaching staff, but he was handing out thank you notes to all the CCC, but it's cool. So back to the news clip that I showed. Did it sound familiar? You know, could that news clip, if you take Richt out and add Mario, could that have been broadcast in 2022, 21, whatever it was? I mean, you could, or 22, yeah. You could take out Rick, insert Mario. It's the same thing. Again, wash, rinse, repeat. Now, I will say this. I'm going to give a disclaimer. I may be a little pissy tonight. I may seem a little short. I may go off. I don't know, but it's been crazy. And it's just been one of those weeks. I mean, we all have them. But I'm going to try to stay professional. But so if I sound a little short, a little pissy, if I just let me go off, let me have my moment. But so again, I asked the question last week. Oh, by the way, that YouTube channel, the guy's name was R.I. Kane. I don't know if it's Rhode Island Kane or Rye Kane or whatever. Again, that's not important, but last week I talked about he had a video about, was it talent or lack of development, and his opinion was talent, and I respectfully disagree. But that's why I asked, think about this as we go through all this. Is it a talent level, or is it just development or whatever? My opinion is the game day game plan and adjustments just weren't there, but that's just me. Also, with all this talk of the portal and these players coming in, you got Cam and Martinez and stuff. This is just my opinion, and this is no disrespect to the young men themselves. This is more or less a shot at the powers that be. But the numbers that Cam and Martinez and the other folks that have joined the team this year, the numbers they had from previous teams, in my opinion, should not be included in their time at Miami. I think whatever numbers they have while they're at Miami should be included in the totals. In other words, say if Cam Ward comes out and let's say he ends up with a career total of, I don't know, QB, what's up? Say he comes out with like 8,000 yards passing total. That should not be included in the Miami history books. I think what should be included is what he did at Miami, not at Washington State or Incarnate Word. That's just me. Because if you start taking these NIL, these transfers, and you take their whole body of work and add it to the numbers, the record books, etc., you're kind of doing a disrespect to all those guys. But that's just me. Now I will say this, as y'all know, when we go through the preseason stuff, we talk about the recruiting class. Unfortunately, the 2016 recruits do not count for Mark Richt. I'm sorry, not my rules. If 2022, hey Katie, if 2022 doesn't count for Mario, then 2016 will not count for Rick. So basically, Rick is playing with golden players. Okay. Only reason why I put that out there is because you got all this hogwash going on about, Mario players, Manny players, yeah. So I'm doing like Shad and beating them at their own game. So also talking about these incoming recruits, you see all this talk about these recruits coming in, and this guy has Miami in his list of 500 schools that he is interested in. And, my thing is, okay, how long before, if this guy, commits to Miami on signing day, puts his name on the line, how long before he transfers? I know that's wrong, but I don't know. And not last, but this portal player hypocrisy. In other words, this nonsense that's out there by the true Canes fans, not us, because we're all anti-Cane. But the player portal hypocrisy. In other words, everybody that transfers to Miami through the portal are great. They're excellent. They're going to be game changers. But anybody who transfers somewhere else, they're just not worth a shit. And it's really hilarious. It's like, okay, Mr. Cormani McClain. Okay, he left Colorado. I really don't care why, but he did. He ended up going to Florida. Okay, great. God bless you. I wish you all the best. I hope you get a good education. I hope it helps, this college time helps you fulfill your life goals. I wish him nothing but the best. But it's crazy how these true Miami fans just, talk all this noise about. But, I really don't care. And last but not least, unless you've been living under a rock, a cave, and if you want to live in a cave, that's fine. The weather is starting to warm up, at least down here in South Louisiana. It's warming up pretty nicely. If you want to live in a cave, live in a cave. Do your thing, baby. But the NCAA 25 started to put out a trailer and all this cover stuff, and I see where I think the deluxe edition is like $100, and the top-notch premium edition is $150, which you get the new Madden 25. It's like a double deluxe, but I don't know, man. $100 for that game, and it hasn't even played yet. Oh, I'm not hiding. I'm just like, we talked about this. We talked about this the other day, about this game and how much it was going to cost. Hell, I think I may take my money and buy the F124. Let the NCAA 25 kind of churn, because you can't get it on computer yet. It's either Xbox or PlayStation. And usually with the Xbox, it's a multi-platform computer and Xbox game, which I'm gonna kind of let that chicken baste a little bit. I'm gonna let that still churn for a little while, but it looks like it's going to be interesting, but it is what it is. It is what it is. So, la 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 la, get out the way. All right, so I am going to copy this, and I am going to paste this. Get your notebook out the way. There it is. Hey, nope. Come on. There we go. There it is. There it is. There is the link for anybody who would love to join our merry band of misfits, have we been called? Oh, speaking of misfits. On the X, I saw where the Kane Insiders was running a special, for a limited time only. You can get like 25% off and be a part of all of the inside stuff. And what I did is I retweeted that. And I tagged the usual three, QB, Cuban, and Shad, and said, here you go. Here's your chance. And of course, I was being a smart ass, but Kane's Insight come back and they liked it. They thought I was advertising for them. And then there was another guy, I forget who the hell it was, but tweeted something, and I retweeted being a smart ass and sarcastic, and they thought I was just being on their side. I thought it was freaking hilarious, but the Kane Insight was really fun. All right, so look, I was just talking about him a second ago. Probably the most philosophical. Hang on, let me change my screen here. Probably the most philosophical, hardest working track coach in the state of Florida, at least around the northeastern section of Florida. We have Heru, the Guru.
Thank you.
Hey, bro. Them kids be running their hind end off, bro.
How you doing tonight?
That damn Solomon. Solomon, go Solomon, go Solomon.
And my grandson, boy, I got to push him.
I tell you what, that was so cool seeing him with those medals, bro. That was really
boy,
good.
It was, because one time he didn't get a medal, and he broke him down. He went to crying, boy.
Oh man, I hate to see that.
Yeah, they take it serious.
All right, Guru. Here we go. We have the one and only Miss South Coast Kane is the real producer. You got that right. You got that right. Hey, I'm not sure. I know which side my bread is buttered on.
You did not do that intro, man. That was a wonderful intro. I was like, Jordan does not have that talent. I know that it was Miss South Coast Kane.
No, believe it or not, I did do it.
That was a nice.
I did do it.
Like that. I like that intro and the soundtrack, bro. It was nice.
Man, look, bro, it's crazy. I talked about it last week, but Bassnectar, they come out with a new album, and I heard that song, and it was like an epiphany. I know that sounds crazy, but I heard it, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's it. And then putting that cloud in there when that girl comes in, and then it's like, that's it, bro. Because I've been trying to find that sound, you know what I mean? And I finally found it. And plus, since the song was so damn long, I was able to throw in some highlight reels. And I tried to make sure I get everybody in there. Now, probably in a few weeks, I'm going to have to kind of update and put in some more. Because I really want to make sure all you fine folks who take time to come on and join the stream, I want to make sure y'all get y'all's recognition and let everybody see that, hey, we have a wide variety of folks and that everybody is welcome. And, we're just having fun. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But, yeah, it's all good.
So I took some notes on your intro, right?
Okay, talk to me.
And I want to disagree with you on off top. Studio might not agree with me, but I'm going to disagree with you.
Okay.
You mentioned about the show that said is it talent or coaching, right?
Yes.
And the people said it was the talent, right?
Now, when you say people, are you talking about the
people on that show?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they said it was talent. And you said, no, you think it's coaching. I agree with them. Because our talent evaluation has sucked, right?
And that's a good point. You're right.
Yes, our talent evaluation has sucked. We let players go in the portal that should, like Rooster had no business going in the portal.
Right.
Melo Benson, so on and so forth, had no business going in the portal, right? So, as you see on Twitter, any player, like you said, any player that comes in is Tom Brady, it's Deion Sanders, it's Reggie Bush, it's Andre Johnson, Jerry Rice. Every player we get in is all these great players, and every player goes out is horrible. Funny thing is, right? One of the top running backs that elite recruiter Mario Cristobal recruited, right? He went to McNeese State, right? So I was told everybody that Mario recruits is elite, and when they transfer out, they go to elite schools. We have a running back that was elite, quote unquote, and went to McNeese State, right?
And I'm glad you brought that up, because when Trevante left, I kind of figured he was either going to go to McNeese, which is in Lake Charles where he's from, or he was going to go to LSU. But
I thought he was going to Louisiana Tech or University of Lafayette.
USL, Lafayette. You're right. Exactly. I think he did McNeese because it was just close to home. But regardless of the fact that,
But again,
you're right.
I've said this a while ago. I don't know what's going on in these practices. What was done to that young man is horrible. To have what the hell you're doing? This is like, what type of practice are you having that you have people going for the knees? Like, in the game, that's fine because everybody's going crazy. But
Right.
In practice, like in today's football, like how is that even possible?
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
Again, right? I just don't you see me going back and forth with people on Twitter, right, about this portal stuff, right?
Right. Right. Right.
I'm like, everybody says the portal people that we get in are great. I'm like, you do know 2 out of the 28 people that Mario has recruited through the portal went to the NFL. That
Exactly.
is a shit show of a
Yes.
return,
Exactly.
right? So I
Exactly.
don't want to hear
Exactly.
that he's elite at anything.
Right.
It's unfortunate because the Cohen kid was a projected first or second rounder. He
Hmm.
came here, he got coached by the great Mirabal, all right?
That's
Um,
right.
he didn't get drafted, right? The other guy, the center, got drafted in the 7th round or sixth
Lee,
round, something like that. Lee, yes.
Matt Lee. Yeah.
Matt
Yeah.
Lee,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So again, I know people think that I'm being a troll or anything, but I saw what the NFL saw. This line is not good. What happened, what you saw year one is the real offensive line because when they're left to block 5-on-5, they cannot block. So what Mario
I
did
agree.
to protect his homeboy said, "Hey, I'm going to get this offensive tackle slash tight end from Oregon to help you out. And we're going to do max protect. We're going to have restore protecting. We're going to have running backs protecting. So we're going to make this look like you're the greatest offensive line coach in the world." And I'm like, you're not slick. You're not going to trick me. I see
Cuban,
what you're doing.
Cuban, you reaching, man.
I'm
You
not
reach,
reaching.
you
I'm not
reaching
reaching. Where
with
am I
that,
at,
with that
studio?
pat,
Where am
with
I?
that
I
pat,
knew studio was going to come at me. Come
with
on,
that
studio.
pass protection thing. You reaching a little bit with that, man.
Studio, we did max protection last year, Studio. Let me ask you this question, Studio. If Mallory was playing last year, would that offensive line look the same?
The whiff.
Nah,
Studio? Or did you hear? Can you hear me, Studio?
nah. I'm not gonna compare the line based on Mallory. I just
I
can't
I
do it.
am because what happened with Mallory is you have I'm going to today's college football.
Cuban, let
Today's
me
college
explain.
football is an open spread type of concept.
Cuban, let me
We
explain something what they doing to Miami.
was
Didn't you
that?
see? Let me explain something to you what they doing to Miami, bro. They've been doing this for the last 10 years. They've been underdrafting us almost to the sense where like we know they're all right, but we're gonna make them go through the free agency route. You know what I'm saying? So as far as Cohen and Lee dropping their draft, I knew that was gonna happen. Cause they're not gonna draft us high unless unless you a can't miss player, they're not gonna draft you high in Miami. That's how they did us on the college football. They gave it what 2 seconds? 2 seconds on the goddamn. They showed Wyoming almost, you know. That's
And
how
and,
they been
and,
doing
and
us,
you
man.
know, Guru. I mean, but then again, what has Miami done
What,
to to be awarded?
let me get let me
I
get
just
studio on
just
this one.
know
Hold on,
somehow
studio.
our free agent players somehow make the team.
Hold on,
So I
studio. I'm
don't
gonna
know.
get you on this one. You know the reason why we only show for 2 seconds on that damn trailer?
Why?
Because of Mario's stupid ass fault. Should have kept the damn chain. If you would have kept the damn chain, that damn they would have had that trailer probably the whole trailer probably would have been Miami's, right?
I can't disagree with you on that one.
I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right because think about. I mean, you bring up a good point. Whether you love it or hate it or indifferent, you know, the turnover chain started. It started a trend. You know, Miami had the chain. Nobody liked it because it's Miami. But then again, all of a sudden, my God, Florida State had a Dora backpack, you know, and everybody had something, you know, it's no different than Miami running through the smoke. But yeah, I
Could you
mean,
imagine if the chain was in this game? Like I told somebody if Miami would have had the chain, Miami probably would have been the number one to use team in this college because everybody was going to rock that chain. But
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
true. But I don't want to. I don't listen. I don't want to be like the Colorado team. Remember, Oregon coach said they're a clickbait team. So I don't want to be a team just because we got.
It's not about clickbait. It's about marketing. Kids love these little fluff stuff, right? Kids. So
They
what's going to
do.
happen now is high school players are going to play this game, and they're going to go to the team that they play a lot in that video game, right? So now, if you would have had that, kids would have been like, "Oh, I want to go to Miami because I want to rock the chain. I want to wear the chain," right? You
Yeah,
might
maybe.
think it's stupid, but these kids think that way. For us adults,
no, I understand what you're saying, but it just
yeah.
reminded me of the Dallas Cowboys. They're America's team, and they don't gotta win. They don't even have to go to playoffs, and it's still gonna be worth $2.3 billion for the highest. You know what I'm saying? Because people gonna buy it. So yeah, Miami, we had a turnover chain. People gonna love us, and we don't have to win no games. We keep the turnover chain and don't have to win games and be exciting still. I don't want that, man.
No, I hear you, but you saw that they had Alabama with their belts, right?
Yeah,
They had,
I agree. I
so
agree.
it's I agree and understand what you're saying, Studio, but this is a different game. This is a money game. This is a marketing game,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
we don't have. I mean, just think about it. If you're an executive at EA, Miami doesn't have a stadium. You're not winning. So what are you gonna what are you gonna promote? Throwing up to you, right? Which is dumb because I mean, again, this is historical Cuban again. When we started throwing up to you, we started losing as a program. I hope you understand that, everybody.
It was. Yeah. I mean, it was there. Yeah. I mean,
Because before when we were winning championships, we were named the Miami Hurricanes. We were not the U. When that
right.
whole the U thing started with Kellen Winslow, and then we started
Yeah.
throwing
Yeah.
up the
Yeah.
U, we didn't
Yeah.
win after that. So everybody talks about, oh, the chain is stupid. To be honest, throwing up the U and saying the U is stupid because we haven't won under those terms.
That's
I
interesting.
mean, I wouldn't disagree with that. I mean, it could have just been a coincidence, but I mean, you're
I
right.
know. But
You're
you know
right.
how
I mean, it doesn't have now. If they were throwing up the U back in the the 80s,
they weren't though. So,
or I know. But if it had been, but I mean, yeah, it's.
no, that's
I'm not gonna.
the reason. I'm sorry, John, to interrupt. The
No,
reason why I
no.
say
Go
that
ahead.
is to the Mario groupies, right? Oh, the chain is stupid. This and that. I'm like, actually, saying the U is stupid. Throwing up the U is stupid because we've
And,
never won. Doing that. So let's eliminate that.
I agree a little bit because what
yeah,
is the U? Everybody got a U in their name.
Yeah, it's what Kellen Winslow said after we lost to Tennessee at home, right?
Tennessee.
And they were
Yeah.
trying to take. But yeah, I'm not a Hurricanes fans. I don't know nothing about Hurricanes, and I know all these
Right.
little small.
Right.
So when he said nobody gives a bleep about this
But
you,
this
right?
you. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I'm
then
a soldier.
I'm a soldier. Yeah, that's when the whole you thing started. So
And and in a way, it's kind of like the camouflage for that Fiesta Bowl after the '86 season.
I don't want to talk about.
I don't want to talk about it
anything.
either. I don't want to talk about that either. But
John, let me ask you. Oh, I'm sorry. One question. Let me ask you: have you ever won a Fiesta Bowl, or in Arizona? We've never won in that city, right, or in that stadium.
No, and even against Arizona schools.
Yeah, we've never won.
That's
crazy.
It's crazy. I mean, yeah, because even like the baseball team. I know they had that. What was it? 90, 96, 97. They came back, and I think Huff hit that grand slam or something to beat Arizona regional. But anyway, regardless of the fact, yeah, Arizona, it's just regardless if it's the Wildcats or the Sun Devils, Fiesta Bowl or baseball, but it's just something about Arizona. Ever since that Fiesta Bowl, but again, talking about the Mario thing, there's a lot of hype going on about Mario, and it's not about Miami. It's about Mario. And I really have this feeling that, behind closed doors, I believe Mario has been told, hey, bruh, this year 3, we're paying you $8 million a year. We gave you $1 million for a quarterback. We gave you X amount of dollars for this and that, and you're not doing anything.
I disagree. I disagree that putting any pressure on him. I think he's. I don't think they're going to put pressure on him till year 6.
Or these, Canes Insights and the CCC, the Canes check cashers. And if you saw on Twitter that whoever that dude was that was sending all the thank you notes for all the hard work they do for this is a marathon, not a sprint. I don't know if I guess they're hoping that with the incoming Cam Martinez that it better work. I still don't know who the defense is going to be. And unfortunately, Dennis Smith, thank you, QB, because I was about to pull it up. I knew I was going to forget that dude's name, but I think he's the executive director, I believe he is. I was not able to watch all of You Talk, baby. I was not able to watch all of it last night, but if y'all haven't checked out Derek and Mr. Frank, y'all need to go do that. Okay, Larry Frank Jr. Those gentlemen, I'm telling you, I kind of feel like I don't know when I just go into these little promos, but y'all need to go check out Mr. Devin and Mr. Frank Jr. Those are 2 great guys.
And if you're weak, do not
go. Do not go. I mean, they're just like, they're going to tell you what they think. They're not getting paid. They don't get checks from the university or the athletic department. They're out there doing it because they like it. They're great guys, and there's great folks on both sides of the aisle with discussions and stuff. So y'all check that out. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of curious about all this Mario hype because, when Rick came in, I mean, maybe it's because the social media wasn't as big as it is today. It was big, but maybe it wasn't as big. But it's almost like, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, it's a herd mentality, right?
Yes.
It's I people think that I'm joking when I say this, but it's more. It's like whoever you are a fan of, right? Like people are Manny fans, people are Mario fans, so on and so forth, and it's like. Man, and I tell people, man, it's not. I don't care about these damn coaches. I care about the program. Like I was a huge Butch Davis fan, and he hurt my heart when he left. And that's when I learned as a kid, right? These coaches don't care. Jimmy Johnson left us. Like we don't have a Bobby Bowden.
Shad had a tweet about that. We're not fanboys of the coach. We're fanboys of the youth. Of the university of the Miami, and I agree with Butch, but for me, when Jimmy Johnson up and left,
Dennis Erickson left. He won 2 back-to-back championships.
I didn't really care about Erickson. There was something about him I didn't like
because he was an alcoholic and he had all the talent in the world.
When Schnellenberger left, I'm like, well, I mean, USFL, but I was kind of young. But then Jimmy Johnson come in, and I really liked Jimmy Johnson's attitude. And then he just up and left. And
Yeah,
that's what
but
I
to leave for the
realized.
Cowboys, when you leave for one premier program for another premier program, I get it.
True,
No,
true,
but I
true.
think I think back then though the college money didn't catch up to the NFL.
No, no,
It
no,
was
No,
no.
that
something going on where
Yeah,
these college coaches wanted to go to the NFL. Now it's kind of reversed in a
yeah.
sense.
no, that's true. But you always leave for a Cowboys, Lakers, Knicks
Oh,
job.
most definitely,
Yeah, you
most
always
definitely.
leave for those jobs, no
Yeah,
matter what. But
and
like,
I guess what for this is just me personally, that I was kind of hoping Miami would get one of those coaches that would stick around and be successful the whole time. You know, kind of like what Saban did, kind of like what Dabo is, and not Bobby Bowden, but you know, one of those coaches that would stay and keep things going. But like I said, I learned at a young age, kind of like what I think Kozar was saying in one of, I think it was the documentary. You know, you learn the ugly side, the business of college football, and you know the days, honestly, fellas. And again, and this is why I'm glad Cuban brought this up the other day about if Mario does what everybody thinks he's going to do
well, I
as
think he
far
is.
as Cam and all this, and they get successful and they go say 10-2, 11-1, 12-0, whatever. If there is some success, Mario gone.
He gone.
Mario ain't sticking around.
Where
He
you
gone.
going?
I mean, I don't know where he's going, but
I mean,
my
let
experience
me
teaches
ask you a
me.
question. Top 3 universities that you feel like is that'll snatch him.
Ohio State and Michigan.
And in the
He'll go to
NFL,
Michigan.
Yes, because Michigan's coach, he's, you know, well, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to get racial here. He's a black coach for
yeah,
Michigan, right? And
yeah,
you know, Studio, you know how America treats black coaches, right? So,
oh yeah,
if
exactly.
if Monroe, I forgot his name, if he messes up, it's over for him.
But
He's
the only
gone.
thing I say is Mario's almost got the max. He almost got, you know, what the salaries, you can't pay a coach no much more.
I
So
mean, look how
what would
much.
he be leaving for?
Look how much. Whatchamacallit got paid. Norvell got paid. Look how much.
Right.
You
It's
know,
around the same. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, but Norvell got paid. What he's getting paid $11 million now after a undefeated 11-13-1 season, right? If Mario at Miami has a good season, right,
Uh,
the national media is going to market the hell out of Miami, and the national media. Now I'm going to your conspiracy theory studio. The the national media does not want Miami to be good, so they're going to pay whatever they have to
No,
do to get Mario
they
out of
going so
Miami.
they going okay then. So if you believe that, you must believe what I've been preaching is Mark Richt was a sabotage. And they already knew he got the best insurance ever. And he admitted on his own interview, he knew he had it before he took our job. He said it.
you know,
So
But yeah, so Studio, let me ask you this question: you are the University of Miami administration. Mario goes 11-1, 10-2, whatever. Goes to the playoffs, wins a game. Mario's going to come to you, was going to go to the office and say, "Hey, I need a raise." Are you going to pay him that raise?
I'm not. But it go back to the South Coast thing he mentioned just a minute ago. And it just popped in my head. I never realized that. I mean, I knew it. But none of our coaches stuck around. I don't understand why. They
Because
all
Miami doesn't
voted.
pay. Miami doesn't have the money to pay. We can't.
Well, now they
well,
do. And that's what I'm
No, they
saying.
don't. Studio, we don't. We don't have
this
Michigan State, Ohio State,
I ain't saying we
Texas
the
A&M
richest
money.
Texas.
university, but there's a cap that the coach is going to get.
There is
Well, I
no
mean,
cap. This is college football.
it's all borrowed money, in my opinion.
But y'all get what
You
I'm
know,
saying.
yeah, most
It's a
definitely.
cap. I
And
mean, there'll be one or two that get, you know, Texas A&M here, Texas here, that'll get that extraordinary. But baseline, all the coaches are going to be getting the same range. the good ones. You know, they got tier A, tier B, tier C, obviously.
But the question is Miami going to pay that studio? That's my whole question.
They already did. I couldn't
No.
believe they gave him 110 years.
He's going to want more. He's going to want more. He's going to want that facility.
That's inflation, though. So I mean, that's everywhere you go.
I agree with you, but the thing is, studio, he's going to want more money. He's going to want that $100 million facility built. He's going to want these things that Miami hasn't promised him yet.
Yeah, that's every job, bro.
No, I hear you. It's every job, but Ohio State and Michigan they could give them to him day one. We gonna
like any job.
You
could be at T-Mobile, AT&T. Said, "Boy, you the best. Come to me."
Well, think about this. Back in 2020, 2021, was there any talk of Miami or Mario wanting to leave Oregon?
No.
You know, think about 2014, 2015. Was there any talk of?
Well, what I can say about that South Coast Kane is, okay, there wasn't no mention because he kind of just got there. He wasn't there long. And then we heard those whispers. His mom's sick, da. I can't think of no other scenario they'll use to get him to go to, Alabama? Because he used to coach under Nick Saban? I don't know. I don't see.
And I think that was all propaganda. If we're going to be honest with each other, I think that, again, no disrespect to his mom getting sick. No, but, you know, with the way these true Hurricane fans are, you know, they could use that. They could spin it. But again, it's all about money, dude. If let's say Iowa, if Iowa could offer him that money with that, you know, rugged, tough Big Ten football, he'd probably go there.
No,
I mean, Mario's just going.
I don't think he's going to go there. I don't think he's going to go to that type of program. But all right, so let's think about the coaches that are in the hot seat: Ohio State, Michigan, Florida. Somewhere else in the SEC is they're going to have a new coach, right?
Michigan's not in the hot seat. They just started brand new.
And then, again, who's not in the hot seat? What about
Michigan?
No, yeah, they are. Yes, he is in the hot seat because they thought about firing his ass last year after losing to Michigan. So
but usually a first, I doubt it'd be hot seat.
What if the Alabama coach for Washington doesn't pan out?
That's another one. If he doesn't pan out,
year one,
because those Alabama fans now, at first they were waiting for the second coming of Bear Bryant. Okay, and them redneck bastards got Saban. All right, now Saban's gone. Now them redneck bastards are even hot. Now they want the reincarnation of a Bear Bryant, Nick Saban hybrid. So now you got this cat for Washington come in. Okay, Washington.
Okay,
in Alabama.
The region.
Think about that. I don't know if you've ever visited or dealt with the fine folks of Alabama.
Yep.
Okay, but those redneck motherfuckers, excuse my language, don't get me started on those white people. But anyway, but what I'm saying is,
leave those white people alone, okay?
Your LSU people are kind of special too.
Oh, hey, look, you got the Bobby Bouchers down here too, but I'm just saying, those Alabama people now they're waiting for the reincarnation of the Nick Saban, Bear Bryant hybrid. Okay, and if this cat for Washington comes in and they only get, say, 8 wins, 9 wins, they'll kick him out. And if Mario, who was one of Saban's disciples, students, Padawans, I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, I really believe if Mario is successful, I find it hard to believe that Mario is here for the long haul, just like Mark Richt said that he was going to be here. This will be the last one he had. He planned on being here for the long time. But unfortunately, the man was sick. But
Hold on. Did he say this would be the last time?
Since Snellenberger, nobody stayed more than what, 5 years? You know, I mean, look at. Let's go back to Randy Shannon. He was fired after what, a 7-5 season?
7-5 season.
Okay, and my opinion on Randy Shannon and that part of our episodes was Mr. Harris was in the wrong kind of offense, but we're not going to get into that. Okay, you bring in Al Golden. Okay, Golden wouldn't get rid of D'Onofrio. That was his Achilles heel. Okay, the previous season he had went 7-5, I think. Okay, it was a winning season. It wasn't. I don't think it was a losing season. But after going 4-3, of course, it was the worst loss against 58-0 to Clemson. But you know, they booted his ass out. You know, and now you have Mark Richt. And of course, I did have to get kind of fancy with all the show stuff because most true Miami Hurricane fans, their history only goes back to 2017, 2016. So anyway, yeah, I know. And then Mark Richt stayed around. Of course, he had to leave. He had to step down. Okay, you bring Manny in, who was heading to Temple. And in my opinion, they should have let him go to Temple. Diaz should have been at a smaller school, get some experience, learn how to be a head coach. But he stayed at Miami, and he was kind of in over his head. Okay. And then, you know, got rid of him. And then here we are today. But coaches don't last more than 4 or 5 years. But yet, for some reason, all of a sudden in the last 2 years, Mario is allowed to, his measuring stick is a lot lower than the last few guys. That's all I'll say on that. But anyway.
I don't know, man. I ain't gonna lie. I think this is y'all's secret cry to hope Mario get out of here.
No.
Is this y'all secret way of hoping Mario get out of here?
No, Studio. I want Mario to stay. This is my thing, Studio. I am talking about the economies of today's college football and what's going on, right? If you look at the economies of today's college football and what these coaches are saying about the transfer portal, I think, coach from, I think Kirby is done after this year, right? If Kirby wins the championship, I think, and the NFL says, hey, Bears, you have that open position, I think he's gone. College football needs to get a handle on the portal and this NIL stuff. I am for these players getting money, but it's a little bit too crazy, and I don't think these coaches want to deal with all that stuff. And, you know what I'm saying? I just don't think this is not nothing on Mario. This is on the program. This program, we want, put it this way, Studio, we won 5 national championships. We have no Hall of Fame, no statues, no stadiums to pretty much market the program. You are confusing our fandom for what the Miami program is not. Like, they don't want football. They don't put money into football. How the hell you win 5 national championships and do not save the Orange Bowl or do not have statues? If you go to Oklahoma, anytime they win a Heisman, they get a statue. Freaking Texas A&M, Manziel won a Heisman. They expanded the damn stadium. We win a Heisman or a championship. Okay, great, whatever. Who cares? We're not paying you more. That's why Butch Davis left, because they didn't want to give the man more money, which he deserved. You know what I'm saying? He was turning the program around. It's not about not wanting him here. It's that I just don't trust this program to do the right thing. I don't trust them to pay Mario the money that he's going to deserve if he wins 10 or 10 plus games. That's the thing. I don't trust the program.
And again, it's I see Shad's in the building, Mr. Superstar Shad. But again, and I'm glad Shad's here. It's kind of a transition. Again, I don't care who the damn coach is. Okay? Us three and Shad and Katie could be out there coaching a team. I don't care. I just want to see Miami be successful, and I want these young men to be set up for success like it used to be. And, you know, again, I really, dude, look, bruh, this is no bullshit. I'll take the glasses off and be serious for a second. I hope Mario comes out. I hope these portal moves, I hope they work. I hope Miami comes out and goes, 11-1, undefeated, win the ACC. I like to see him win the national champion, come out and just thrash whoever like we used to do. I like to see Mario come back the next year and Miami go on they'll be the first team to actually win 3 in a row. Maybe have a down year. Come back. I want to see that. I want to see Miami back because that's just me. Okay? We used to be there. I don't care if it's Mario. I don't care if it's Wario. I don't care if it's Luigi. I don't care if it's the great Miss Katie Allman. I don't care. I want Miami to be great again. And first and foremost, I want these young, talented men to be set up for success because you look at what Schnellenberger did. You look at the gentleman, the young men that he brought in. You look at what Jimmy Johnson brought in. He brought in young men who other schools said, we're not gonna. They from the Overton, Liberty City. I don't know if we want, but they brought them in, got those men some college, got them a college education, set those young men up for success. But the thing is, they made the university great. They made the football team great. That's all I want.
Studio, I'll put it this way: if Mario wins, you ain't gonna see a bigger groupie than me, bro.
Exactly.
I'll be a huge Mario groupie. I'll be called a fake.
Okay,
whatever you want.
Okay, Cuban. You made yourself clear. But let me ask y'all a question. Because y'all got me confused. I'm just asking a question. I just want to be in alignment with my buddies. Okay, Taco saying you said you wanted to be like the past. You wanted to be like it used to be, right? But I just remember how it used to be. Okay, we know we want to win, but it used to be no money. And we used to complain about the facilities and what we paying our coaches. But we all of a sudden, Rick came along. We got an indoor facility. Now we open our paybook. We done pay Mario the most I've ever seen us pay. We got Life Wallet and this NIL. We lead NIL.
Yep.
So what is? I'm thinking. I thought we are. Y'all. I don't understand.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Those money, but we've changed that.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. That's all part of the gumbo. Yes, you are absolutely right. The only thing is we got to have a product on the field.
But one thing,
and that all starts with the head coach. And I hope that all this works out. You see where I'm getting at? I'm not saying I want them to fail. I want them to succeed. I want Mari to come out. I want Maribel to have the biggest, baddest offensive line you ever seen. That's what I want. But my biggest thing is, it's not so much the Mario and the Maribels. It's all the bullshit that we hear that are pumping sunshine and rainbows.
But we heard that with Manning.
Hold on, Studio. One
exactly.
thing. We heard that with Manning.
Exactly.
Exactly. I was giving out all our coaches. I didn't want none of our coaches really fired. Golden, I kind of did. I was like, man, I'm done with Golden. But Manning, I was hanging on to him. I really was. When they were killing, they were slowing Manning. And I was like, man, okay, Mario, all right. I got to be with it. They want Mario Cristobal. I didn't want Clifton. I wanted an NFL guy. I ain't going to lie. But
that's a good one, yeah.
But okay, I don't understand what else. Okay, I agree. the program didn't want football. But apparently they've changed their mind because they wouldn't have done what they've done in the last, 7 years or so, if they would have still been in that mindset of, we don't care about this football program. Somebody pushed them along.
Studer, you're right. The thing is, it's could they compete, right? No, could they continue it? You've heard, new money versus long money. We don't have long money. We have new money. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem.
I'm sound like I'm on y'all side with this. Do y'all think Miami wouldn't have never opened his pocketbooks unless they got embarrassed on national TV by Kirk Herbstreit?
Well,
I just thought about that.
And that was a bunch of bullshit. But one thing
They
you said,
didn't do nothing until they said that.
Yeah, but that was a bunch of
come on.
That was some bullshit. What he did. But hold on, one thing. So, but Studer, you said that they invested money. No, Mark Richt gave $1 million of his own money for that indoor facility. The indoor,
how much did it cost though?
I don't know. I don't know how much it cost.
I guarantee it costs a lot more than $1 million.
Yes, it costs a lot more than $1 million. But just watch this, studio. It costs a lot more than $1 million. We couldn't even get a 100-yard indoor facility. Just think about it. You know what I'm saying? We couldn't even get a 100-yard indoor facility, which they said they're going to do now. But we don't even have the money to get a 100-yard indoor facility. You know what I'm saying?
We don't have it, or we're not willing to use it. That's what I'm trying to.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
But that's the whole point. What you just said is my whole point. They're not going to do it. You know what I'm saying? That is what you just said. They're not. The program is not going to do it. They rather get that money and spend it on the medical program. Right? They're not going to put that towards football. You know what I'm saying? If Mario was the head person of the medical program, they will do whatever. They will pay whatever to keep Mario.
Man, you confirm my homeboy said we the Duke of the South.
We're the Duke of the South. Unfortunately, man, we are the Duke. But the Duke is putting money into their program now. They're thinking about expanding their football stadium, right? They put their basketball team.
Because football is what brings the money in. Yep. Yeah, it's all about investment, I think.
And could you put the comment that Katie said? Katie is so damn accurate. I said the same thing. The only person that could save college football is Dabo, unfortunately. And I don't want to root for Clemson this year. But in order for college football to be saved, Clemson needs to win a national championship this year.
And again, with all this NIL deal, how long can these colleges, these universities continue to pay that money? You know what I mean? Because, pro is different, okay? But with the colleges, people and college, they only have so much money. You know what I mean? And I really hate to say it, but I hope this NIL does not destroy college football.
No, I think
as we know college football today.
Why are we letting these coaches off the hook?
Well, hold on, one second, studio. I don't think it's NIL. I think it's a transfer portal. Players who get money, right?
Transfer.
The thing to have the transfer, you could transfer after you finish signing your letter of intent. You could transfer whenever. I think the transfer portal is a problem with college football. NIL, no, these players need to get paid. I mean, if you want to eliminate NIL, that's fine. Yes. No. But find a way to, give them a part of that big money that the billions of dollars that they're getting, right?
Now, when it comes to the NIL, I'm talking like, now with this video game coming out, kids are going to get paid, bro. I don't know what kind of agreement they have, but that's the true nature, the textbook of the NIL is to let these young men get what they deserve monetarily for what their name and their image and what they're doing for the universities. Okay. But, again, when you pay Cam, no disrespect to Cam, but when the university gives him $1 million to come to Miami, okay, that's a lot of money. And I hope, man, look, I hope he's the real deal. I hope he is. But, and again, I'm not trying to be negative Nelly, but what if Cam comes out and God forbid the young man gets hurt? God forbid if the man comes out and just turns out to be a Robert Marv. Okay. Or what if, and this has plagued Miami, what if Guidry's offense is the wrong offense for his talent, i.e. Jakari Harris, i.e. Brock Berlin under center? You see where I'm getting at? Fortunately, with Kaya, the offense was kind of geared around his strengths. You see where I'm getting at? Stephen Morris, kind of geared around his strengths. You see where I'm getting at? But yeah, I mean, can college football survive paying? Because I guarantee you next year, somebody's going to have a chance to go to the NFL and say, oh, wait a minute. Cam Ward got $1 million. I want $1.5 million. I want $2 million.
No, what's studio? What's gonna not studio. Jordan, what's gonna happen is these coaches are gonna be like, okay, this quarterback just got a $2 million contract. I'm talking about these assistant coaches. And these assistant coaches are like, I want more money because I cannot have
exactly
this. I'm sorry, it's gonna say bad. I don't want this little black kid making more money than I am. Right?
Let me ask you a quick question. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, please.
It's related to this topic though.
Please.
Why do you think Harrison Hunt left Miami? Harrison Hunt.
Oof. Shit. I don't know. That's
Just give your guess. Why y'all think he left? He wasn't gonna get no starting time, or what you think he felt like?
I think it was a money thing. If you would I think it was a money thing. You put a gun in my head.
Well, okay, not only that, but I mean, you just look at what's been going on.
Y'all right though.
TVD leaves. We gotta have a portal quarterback. You got Mr. Brown sitting right there. You got the savior of South Beach sitting there, but we still have to have a quarterback.
It's undisclosed, but I'm showing Jared Harrison Hunt got offered the NIL deal by Pony Sports to go to SMU.
Yeah, SMU. SMU. This is the thing. SMU might have within 3 to 5 years.
They something. They in the ACC now, so they like, man, we gotta pay.
No. SMU is right behind Texas when it comes to money. I hope people understand that.
Yeah. They got the death penalty. The only reason why they don't be known.
Oh, they got them up there in Dallas.
SMU, Dallas is the real oil. I used to live in Dallas. Yeah. Dallas is where all the real oil people reside at. It's not Houston. It's Dallas, Texas. That's where all the big money is at. So SMU could be Texas if they, now that the ACC and they're expanding the stadium, they're coming.
They're coming then.
Yeah, they're coming. They're gonna.
My point was, you were saying the transfer and all this, but and the NIL is okay. But the NIL is directly generating this transfer phenomenon.
It killed the
exactly.
You got to kill the portal though. You got to kill that transfer. You can make money, but you got to kill the portal. It's like if you commit to this would be my rule. I'm sorry to get off track. This would be my rule. If you commit to a program, you have to stay. The only way you can leave the program is if the head coach leaves.
Yes.
That's what I
Only the head coach. What if it was the assistant coach that got you?
Because you committed to the head coach. It's the head coach because the assistant coaches leave all the time.
You know why I disagree with you though? Because a regular student, any semester, he could transfer schools and go to another school if he wants to.
But is that student getting paid?
It don't matter. I mean, the money, whatever you sign, that contract you sign. But hold on, studio. That student is not getting a free scholarship. If you get a scholarship, right? What's free? My body and life is on the line.
No.
Y'all
You
making
said
billions
the
off of
student.
me.
No, you said the
What's
student.
free?
Hold on, student.
You
You said the
want my
student.
talent.
No, but student. You said the student has the ability to leave. Yes, because he's not tied to a scholarship. These
Right.
college athletes are
Oh
tied
no,
to
no,
a
oh no,
scholarship.
no. You could be an academia. You could
Oh,
be one of the smartest chemists or mathematician and get all kind of scholarships.
Right.
And you be
Right.
like, man, I'm going, and guess what?
oh yeah, but you better
Harvard be like, hey, come to us.
Yeah, but you're talking about the cream of the crop. Look how many
That's
look how
what
many
these
look how
that's what
many
these
people are in
players
the
are.
portal.
That's what these 5 stars are.
Yeah,
Cream
but
of the
no,
crop.
but studio, we're getting all right. Check it out,
We
studio.
always
Hold on,
penalize the people when they play football, bro.
hold on, studio.
Everybody else can
We're
make
not
their
getting.
money how they want to make it. But if you play football, you got to be stricted to some. I'm talking about the most. It's across the board.
I
NFL,
agree.
college,
I
even you got to act a certain way.
I agree with you, studio. But
man.
this is my thing. Look at Miami Hurricanes. We got portal players from Vandy, MTSU, Oregon State, Washington State, NC State. We're not getting. You're talking about the premier student going to another, leaving the school to go to another program and getting a full ride. If you or I were to leave school X, we're not getting a full ride to whatever school. You know what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying, but that's not the reality. Not every school is going to give a full ride to you
They
or
can
I
cut
if we
me
can
every
transfer
year.
to.
Why can't I leave? They
Huh?
can cut me when they want to.
You could leave, but you're gonna have to pay for that scholarship.
But why? When they can cut me?
I don't know. You could leave,
They
but
can
you got
cut
to
me
pay.
anytime. Hey, you're not good enough for the scholarship no more.
But
But coach, I could have
It-
went to this other university last semester who wanted me. But now I'm not good enough for your school. Now you kicking me out. No, man.
No, but this is why I said both the school and the players have to be committed. You know what I'm saying? You got to take care of the portal, man. You can't. This portal
Right.
is too open. You
Right.
cannot have you.
I
Just think about
understand.
it,
I
studio.
think they need
We've
to
had
limit
players.
it a little bit. I agree with you, but I don't think they need to just totally shut it down.
Studio, we
Well,
had a
I
player
think.
that. 1 second, John. I'll let you go.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
We had a player from Vandy come in December, and after spring, he went back in the portal. Like, what type
But
of?
the only way you're gonna know your job is a fit for you if you try it.
Hey, this is why kids should not.
Are you gonna turn down a job that say, "Hey, come work for us"? No, I don't think I might like you. Oh, you're gonna go and try it out, and if you don't like it, you're like, "Oh, this ain't what I thought it was. I gotta go somewhere else." You should be able to do that, not because we're fans and we want to make our players stay on our team because we love them. Stop it.
Well, I think it's gonna.
I hate it
It's.
to death, bro. But I'm fair, man. I can't restrict them. I hate it to death.
I think what it's going to come down to is contracts. You'll start having contracts where if you say Cam, let's just use Mr. Cam Ward. He comes over, say free agency, NIL. Well, you sign a contract saying, okay, you're going to stay here for X amount of years. You see what I'm saying? And that's the only thing I could see that the colleges will do to keep from having these players, i.e. Mr. Vanderbilt, come in and then 3 months later leave. You see what I'm getting at? It's basically the NIL is becoming free agency is what it is.
I wonder if we know the whole story, dude. What if not giving the money they were promised? They're like, man, I'm out of here.
Well, again, if you have the contract and you sign a legal binding contract, well, you're going to get your money. Both parties, as long as you adhere to the contract. But again, it's
like the Jada Rashada situation. Remember, he was offered all his money, go there, and they ain't getting the name, give him nothing, none of that. I'm pretty sure some of these schools saying, "Hey, we'll do this for you and do that."
Oh yeah,
you get there and they lied.
Right. But I tell you what, I will say this for me personally: if it was me, or say one of my kids, where University X wants to pay, hey, look, come play for us. We'll give you X amount of dollars on the NIL. I want that in writing. And we sign off on it. You see what I'm getting at? Because if not, these used car salesmen, they'll tell you whatever and promise you the world, kind of like a politician. But again, you know, I agree with you, Mr. Studio, but you know, if you want to make sure that organization or that business upholds their part of the agreement, put that thing on paper, bro. Let's sign off on it.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying.
You got to think about professional sports, right? It's like, yeah, they need contracts. It's like if you do sign an NIL, you do when you sign your national letter of intent, it is a type of contract, right? And
in a way,
yes, it needs to be a contract because. Studio, I understand what you're saying, but in sports, it's like you need some type of consistency. And
right.
And the way that college football is today, it's not. You could offer me $20 million and I would never coach college football. It's like it's just too much. It's crazy. And just going. And I'm sorry because during this week they were supposed to talk about Richt's new season, but.
This is good. This is good.
All these players are being offered money. Y'all saying as if these players are breaking contracts when they transfer. They might come here to transfer and ain't getting no money.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the I don't
right fit for me.
I don't know what their agreement is.
Deion Riley, for example, did we pay him some money?
I don't know.
We had to. So
you think he took 50 bands and said, "I'm out. Thank you. I'm out."
Yeah.
I don't know what the agreement was between that young man and the university.
What?
I don't know. I don't
look
think.
Jaden Rashada. Jaden Rashada took money from Miami, Florida, and went to Arizona State.
It's different than when they give you money just to host them. Like, sometimes they be like, "Man, just come visit. He go 25 grand, come visit us."
Yeah,
that's
but Florida gave him $1 million to commit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They gave him $1 million to commit.
They gave it to him, or did they not?
No, they gave it to him.
Stay at Florida.
They gave it to him.
And my thing is, if a university, a school is able to just give $1 million just to give it away, how long is that going to last? But again, it goes back to as a young man coming out of school, high school, or if you transferred, get that stuff signed, put in a contract, get a legal agreement to where it goes both ways. That the university is going to pay what they say, and the young man is going to play as he says, to where there is no, the university ain't pay him nothing. I ain't get my money. And then two, the opposite, where the kid gets his money and then takes the money and run. You see what I'm getting at? But again, that's between the university and the players, man. It's whatever they decided, whatever they're, however they're doing. Katie brings up a good point, and that they're paying kids $5,000 just to visit. Hey, I'll take $5,000 to visit a few schools. I'll take it.
Okay.
I'll take it. Who can't take a free $5,000 just to kind of tour the school? Shit, I'd take it right now.
I'll take it. Yeah, I mean,
I'll gas up the car and go right now wherever. No, I'm just joking.
So if that's the case, then I can't be mad at Jay Rashada for taking that meal.
Right.
And saying, well, y'all don't look too good to me. I ain't signed no contract. I'm out.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, look at the kid that I think. Look, there's a kid that committed to the University of Florida, and within a week, he bought his mom a new house.
Right.
Do you think that's why Martin McClain got to be a walk-on now because of those experiences Florida went through?
So he's a walk-on? I heard. I don't know about
walk-on. I heard.
That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I heard. But then again, we don't know what all. Hey man, won't you walk on? But yet we'll give you whatever. I don't know. we don't know what's going on behind closed doors.
I think isn't that funny? I said it on somebody. I said that we should take him as a walk on and make him wear number
But
40
Dion
something.
crushed that man's career, man.
I agree.
If he would have spoken a little bit more calmly about the brother, he would have got a chance there, got a scholarship somewhere. Now he got to be a walk on, man.
Well, I'm sorry if you're a Colorado fan. I'm not
a Colorado fan.
No, not you. Anybody that's listening to it. I don't like Dion for what he did to Mark Pope. That was very nasty what he did to Mark Pope. He treated him like he slept with his wife or something like that. And I'm like, man, you're an adult, man. You can't treat a kid like that, man. When I saw what he did to Mark Pope, I lost all my respect for Dion. It's funny that it's like Dion wants to be this hardcore disciplined coach, but you let your kids, your sons, go to a fashion show in Paris. Like, get out of here, man. Like, you're not gonna let any other player on your team miss the start of spring practice to go to some damn fashion show in Paris, And it's just like, I just think he's a hip. I don't like Dion. I just think he's a hypocrite.
All right,
He a con artist.
Now, he did go to Florida State, but anyway, I think we're about to make a U-turn, no pun intended, but we have You Need People Like Me with Scarface as the pitcher.
He put an organ. Is that the Oregon fan? The Oregon fan?
I don't know. He was talking pretty good about Florida and Chuck and Chubsy's fan point of view, but I'm not going to go there. So You Need People Like Me. Welcome to the show. How are you this evening?
What is going on? I thought we were going to be talking about the 2016 season.
I thought we were too, but we were too, but you know how we go off on these tangents.
But as I listened to the commentary, I said, "Boy, this sounds like a Canes round table." So I said, "Well, let me."
Don't strike me for it. Don't throw a copyright on me.
No, because I'm gonna tell you what the Canes Roundtable, the name was going to be. You need people like us.
Okay, all right.
And that was inspired because I saw my guy Cuban Kane get an invitation to go across the street.
Oh boy, I'm ready for that.
To have dialogue. And so what was so funny was that the individual that invited him over there said, you can either show up or you don't, because it's not hard to find people like you. And I said to myself, yes, it is. Because it's hard to find people who are going to hold people accountable. And so I thought about that infamous scene. Scarface said, you need people like me so you can point your fingers and say, hey, that's the bad guy.
You're the bad guy.
But I stopped and I said, no, but we have to remix it. They need people like us so they can point their finger and say, we're negative. We're we're not real Kane fans. But the question to them or the statement to them is, so what does that make you? Does that make you positive? Does that make you a real fan? No. It means you know how to lie and move the goalpost.
Oh, I can't wait for that one. That's all. I'm like, I ain't chasing y'all. Y'all motherfuckers chasing me. And I'm going to cook all you. I'm going to set traps on you guys on purpose. So I don't think they're ready for me.
I said, first off, Shad, I hope everything's going well with you and the young one and the wife. And hey, look, I'm going to tell you what, shout out to the Mrs. Shad and the Mrs. South Coast for allowing this to happen. I appreciate their patience and understanding. But yeah, it's crazy, dude. I said this a while back, but the Canes universe needs people like us. People like you talk, baby. What I'm saying? We got to have Cuban Canes in the world to bring order, balance, and stability in the force. That's why I let Cuban do his thing over here. Nobody else will, but I will.
Oh, I'm gonna cook those people. They don't know that I'm gonna cook 'em. I'm like you guys, all right. Like send that invitation over. It's gonna be. I don't know what show it is. I wasn't even like. I don't know what show they're talking about. But I'm like, sure, I'll join your show. I'm gonna increase your ratings. But go ahead, bring on. But I'm like gonna hold you guys responsible. Let's erase the groupiness. Because if I want to, I'll go back to your Twitter account and I'll see what the fuck you. I'm sorry, and I'll see what you said about previous coaches and all that stuff. So,
But no,
Right.
but you know what? This is the thing though. It was a guy. He pulled an old tweet up of me because of a word, right? So the tweet was like from 2023, but the other time that I used the word was like in 2011. So that's when it hit me. I said that if you go to these guys' page and search and type in the word Manny, there are no tweets prior to 2021. So I said, so y'all are essentially, and for Katie, no, I don't want to make this seem like I'm attacking women, but we know when people have a breakup, they could be together 5 or 6 years. The woman goes on the social media account and deletes every single picture that they ever had of that person. And so that's what y'all have done. Y'all have strategically, and then if some of y'all have gone so far, I saw someone getting into it with Groove. I went to their page. They literally started the account February of 2024. That is the length that y'all are going to hide tweets. I'm astonished that you have this much venom and vitriol for the previous coach, that you're telling me that all this venom and vitriol started in 2021, but yet your tweets say, oh, well, I always felt like this. But if you always felt like this, why are there no tweets prior to 2021 then?
and you know what the funny thing is, Shad? All these people had Miami Hurricanes chains, right? Everybody had the damn chain. So it's like, you mean to tell me none of you guys were, a fan of? I'm like, every Hurricane fan had a shirt or a chain of the turnover of chain. So it's like,
I got
yeah,
one.
It's
everybody. I mean,
Everybody.
embarrassing. But you know what, South Coast?
I ain't had that. I
your
just
kids
had
had
to
studio.
now to be fair, if I could afford me a real chunk with one of them
Ibis.
whatever year we got, we had the 5 different little what they call the little emblems that go around your chain. The charm, yeah. You tell old school. I would have liked one of them. But a shirt with that shirt, I hated them. I said
but this is the same thing. When Al Golden was here, they had the shirts, the ties on them. So my thing is this. I'm like I said, I was in a conversation with a guy today. I said the reason that I'm saying that I'm a fan of the team is because when you choose to be a fan of the coach over the team, you have to go back and do all this. You have to go back, delete all the positive stuff that you said, and then you have to join the brigade of, oh well, I knew he was trash. See, when you're just a fan of the team, you don't have to do that because everything is about the team. The team didn't play good. Okay, we got new players or whatever. I don't have to delete stuff like that. I don't have to go back and delete all this.
Right.
So, like I say, it's just I've never seen the amount of goalposts moving.
Oh, it's crazy, dude.
I'm still gonna make a video after I get off with you guys, but
Is it gonna be live or is it gonna be fake live?
It's gonna be fake live. You know it's fake live. It's fake live.
Fake live.
You know it's fake live. No, but seriously, it's 3 things that I have not heard in going into year 3 of Coach Cristobal. Now, y'all may have more outlets that y'all listen to than me or see than me. But I'm gonna tell you, it's three things that I have not heard going into year 3 for Coach Cristobal that I heard for every other coach dating back to Randy Shannon. These were the three things: street agents, high school coaches pushing players to certain universities, and what's the third one? Street agents, coaches pushing players to another university. Oh yeah, and bag men. I have not heard those three phrases.
Nope.
Going into year 3. And the reason that I thought
Nope.
about this is because, again, I hate defending Manny Diaz, right? But I want to ask you guys, since we live, I want to ask y'all this question, right? They said Manny Diaz was afraid to go head to head with these other coaches for players. And Mark Cristobal is not. But let me ask this question. If Manny Diaz, because Manny Diaz was here for 6 years, right? So in 6 years, Manny Diaz would have to have learned the politics of South Florida. So say, for instance, there's a segment of players that have street agents. So if Manny Diaz goes to recruit this player and he has a street agent, and the agent says, this is my price, and Manny Diaz say, well, you know we're not playing that game. What else is Manny Diaz supposed to do if we're not playing that game?
This is my thanks to Shad. He was scared to go up against these schools, but got the number one safety, the number one defensive tackle, the number one running back, the number one receiver.
No, but what I'm saying, but even with that though, but I'm just saying though, Cuban, just from that particular standpoint, if the players have a street agent, what is Manny Diaz supposed to do? What was Mark Richt supposed to do? What is Mike Rump supposed to do? I mean, Mike Rump caught hell. But if they got a street agent, what are you supposed to do? If you have high school coaches that y'all, again, these are the contradictions that I'm talking about. Because you want to say that we are recruiting top 10, no other coach has done it. Y'all told us why no other coach did it. But y'all talk so much that y'all forget what y'all said. Y'all said street agents and bag men are the reason that we missed out on these players. But now you want to turn around to heap praise on Mario and say, oh, he's doing these great things. And it's like, I would agree with you if you didn't say this in the past. And again, shout out to my guy, King Reezy, for sharing a clip of a guy on the Mud Richards podcast saying that, and I quote, if I can get a bag in Miami, why would I go to Tuscaloosa? Which was the battle cry for y'all Mario fans for the longest time. If we could pay like the SEC, we would get more players here. So that is what kills that whole, oh, well, everybody can pay now. That's not what y'all said. Y'all said if we could pay like the SEC, we would get them. Right. Because again, who wants to live in Tuscaloosa when you can live in South Florida?
Exactly.
That's my question. Have y'all heard those phrases since Mario's been here? Because I know Cuban, you everywhere. You like the octopus. Have you heard those terms since Mario Cristobal's been here?
No, I've not heard those terms.
I know. And you know why we're not gonna hear the terms? Because the street agent said this is my price, and Miami says, okay, we can match it.
Yeah, we got the money now.
We got the money now. We got the money. So the high school coaches that were steering the other players to the other schools, they were getting a little money in their pocket because some of them were street agents. Okay, we'll shoot you over there to Miami now. Got a little money. Because again, another question is, what incentivizes a player to go to a school that is 12 and 13?
Good question.
I don't know if you know of my guy. I put Snake Sewell in the first round. That's the reason why he come to Miami, because I put Snake Sewell in the first round. So yeah, that's the reason why I put Snake Sewell in the first round.
My God.
But Shaq, let me ask you a question. And I've asked people this question. Who did Manny? People keep saying that Manny missed on players and whatever. Who did he miss on?
But you know what? But Cuban, I'm glad you asked that question. Because you know what? You know a player that I saw someone say Manny missed on?
Marshall.
TVD.
Marshall.
No.
TVD.
No. No, when we say miss, like you didn't recruit him, not a misevaluation. Guess what? Guess the name that they said.
I don't know.
Bridgewater.
Zay Flowers.
Oh fuck yeah! They say about everybody. Yeah.
See, that's what. See, Cuban, South Coast, and Studio. This is why these people would never ever be backed into a corner. Someone literally said, "I'm mad with Manny because he missed on Zay Flowers." Are you kidding me?
Florida State, Georgia, Bama, all missed on Zay Flowers.
Y'all got me questioning Mario for real though on this panel because I'm like,
no, this is not. No, Studio.
No, I know what you're saying, but
we don't want you to question Mario. I want Mario. See, this is the thing. I don't mean to cut you off. This is the thing. Mario fans have made it so hard on him because all y'all have to do is say this, like all the stuff that y'all said prior to him getting here, stay on that same road and we wouldn't have this problem. But somewhere y'all reached the fork and y'all said, I can either go to reality, stick to the course, or I can take a left and go to delusion and grandeur. And y'all went to delusion and grandeur. I remember y'all saying this stuff. Y'all literally said, I'm mad with Manny because he missed on Zay Flowers.
It's true.
Well,
let me ask you this, Studio. Let me ask you this. I don't know how closely you follow recruiting, but this is a question to all three of y'all. Because I think they the same age. They would have literally been draft eligible the same year. Let's go back. You got Mark Pope right here, and you got Zay Flowers from high school. Who are you taking? You taking Zay Flowers over Mark Pope?
And they would have killed him because, 3-star Manny, right? All you recruited 3 stars.
What are we talking about? What the hell are we?
I'm more mad at him at missing on TVD because I'm looking at now how he doing.
Hold on. How did he miss on TVD, Studio?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm looking at how he doing it now. He put JB out. He brought Poffenberger in. He paying $1 million. Oh, TVD wanted to go to Bama. Oh, what you did? Beg TVD to come back? Why you ain't go gung-ho in and go get your portal shopping QP in?
Because they said he's still learning.
Yeah, he was all in on TVD and he misevaluated. That's his first big miss.
Studio, they said that Mario is still learning how to be a head coach.
Regardless.
Exactly. He needs more time.
He's a good recruiter and he's good talent evaluation. He didn't do that with TVD.
But Studio, and
you should have let him go to Bama and go find him a portal quarterback like he's doing now.
Studio, see, me and Cuban, we don't fully agree on this because I do think Mario's he's a good recruiter. I'm not gonna say elite. I'm not gonna say great.
What makes him? No. You know I'm gonna start. What makes him good? Name me.
No. I would say that he's a good recruiter. I will say that because.
All right, name me the good.
No.
Hold on. No, I want to stay here.
No. Hold up, Studio. Let me Cuban. Let me explain why. Because one of the things that we have heard, and I've heard people say this, right? I've heard people succumb to people that are annoying. Like if a person, and I don't want to say Mario's annoying, but if a person continues to nag you, make you feel important, then you may feel the need to maybe, all right, well, let me go over here, right? Because like that's what some players want. They want a person or a school to hit them up consistently. So I will give Mario credit for that. You are persistent. You may be like the little fish that swims right alongside the shark. You're always there, or you're the gnats or the flies that are around the cows all the time. Like you never leave. And some guys may fold. So I feel like that's a good trait that you are persistent.
He's
I'm not
persistent.
necessarily
That's not
saying
good
that like,
recruiting.
but what I'm saying, I've literally heard people like women may say like, I would have never dated that guy, but he was just so persistent. He was just so, every time I was there, he was always in my face until I eventually gave him a shot. So that's the way I'm looking at it from Mario's perspective. That's the way I'm saying it. That's why I say he's good. But again, I have another question. And I'm glad QB brought this up because it's a great segue. Mario Cristobal won Recruiter of the Year at the University of Alabama. All right, great. That's wonderful. Now, let's take Mario's fans' logic. Why did they say Nick Saban left? Nick Saban left because they're no longer the only ones that can pay people now. So you essentially said Mario only won Recruiter of the Year because they had the most resources to give away. And seeing is that his best recruiting, that particularly I think he cleaned up in South Florida. So basically you won Recruiter of the Year because Alabama had a nice number of resources to give to street agents and high school coaches. You see how that comes full circle?
Jamel Adai won Recruiter of the Year, and we got no cornerbacks.
And I made the point. Kirby, I literally watched the press conference where Kirby Smart that particular year said, we're putting a major emphasis on defensive back recruiting this year. Code word, we're going to take a little money from over here and we're going to put a little bit more over here in this particular pool. We're going to pay the street agents what they need to be paid, and we're going to pay the high school coaches what they need to get paid to get the players. That's the game. So in reality, there's no such thing as a great recruiter or an elite recruiter. It's not. It's about who's going to be the most annoying, the nagging person. Because again, like I said, Cuban, those are great characteristics. They say, oh, he never sleeps. Think about that. You sleep 3 o'clock in the morning. You're a 4 or 5 star
like
player.
An Android. You up against an Android.
Listen, you wake up in the morning. You wake up to go take a leak at 3 o'clock in the morning. They go a text from Coach Cristobal. Hey, just letting you know. Hey, we over here working. You know what I mean? You or hope you have a good day. 3 o'clock in the morning. So that may make you feel special because again, this is what we got to realize. This is where the human nature steps into this. A lot of people have low self-esteem. So coach giving you a lot of all that and stuff like that. Because again, what's the conclusion that we've drawn? You're not an X's and O's guy, right? Not the greatest game day coach. So what else are you spending your time doing other than texting recruits?
Hitting up 24/7 and all these other people to market to tell them, hey, we have the greatest quarterback ever, and delete that TBD.
You know what? We got to figure. Like serious business. That needs to be our next order of business. We need to figure out who exactly is the middle person. Who's sending out the T-shirts? Who's doing all this? Like we have to figure that out.
I know who's doing it.
Yeah, I could use. Go ahead.
This is the last thing I'm gonna say. Well, not the last thing I'm gonna say, but this is the last dominating thing I'm gonna say. We saw that Javonte Citizen just transferred to McNeese State, right?
Oh yeah.
I literally saw a tweet. Someone stated that, hey, maybe we overhyped the talent, and I stopped and I said, oh my God, you don't say.
Yeah, don't say.
You're not a talent evaluator. So, of course, you over. What did we heard about? See, here are the lies again. These are the lies. I remember I was on Coach Hayes' show. This was probably 2 months ago. This was before the spring even started. Someone literally in the comments said the best running back on the roster is Javonte Citizen. And I said, how? Oh, well, I heard he's killing it in practice.
Who did you hear it from?
Oh, I heard it from the people that were there. Oh, the people that have lied to you for the past 10 years.
Who the people on Twitter and in these YouTube channels?
And
Because
so South Coast, you will appreciate this. And Cuban and Studio, I don't know if you watch F1, but I think y'all would appreciate this. That is me evaluating a high school player to college is the equivalent, in my opinion, of me watching the qualifying of an F1 to see who gets pole position. Mark Schlumberger has the best lap, gets pole position. I go out there and profess to the world, Mark Schlumberger, hey, he's gonna win it. Why is he gonna win it? He qualified so well.
Right.
Listen, South Coast, I have not watched him race point blank, period. All I'm doing is watching qualifying. I never watched the race.
Exactly.
All I'm doing is watching the qualifying.
Exactly.
So of course you over-evaluate the talent because you don't know what you're looking at. I did a video about this. Y'all are sitting here watching highlight tapes and trying to forecast players. You don't know what you're looking at. 95% of the people do not know what they're looking at. And then the 5 that do, they know that, hey, it's a market over here for this. I can sell you a subscription. I can sell you something to our elite Twitter space or Discord. I can do that, and I can tell you all these great things. I was at practice. Like Cuban, South Coast, and Studio. These individuals literally told us Javonte Citizen was the best performing running back throughout the entire spring. Spring game comes, who's the first running back on the field? Chris Johnson. Wait a minute. What? You said, okay, fine. Okay, well, maybe they want to test him. See, let him run with the twos. He gets in there with the twos, looks lost. So once the spring game is over, they go into spin mode and they start saying, oh, well, man, you saw how Zaquan hit him. He's not the same anymore. Did y'all see how he looked in the spring game? Y'all just said the man ran Henry Parrish back up.
And then they blaming the fact that he going to McNeese State. Oh, he wasn't all that. That has nothing to do with what he was.
Because we have a pitch recruiter / evaluator. And I've been saying this.
No. Trevon Citizen, everybody wanted him.
I don't give a damn if everybody wanted him. Does he fit your program? Does he fit your needs? Does he fit your personality?
So we don't even know.
Exactly.
But we never saw him on the field in the game. We never saw him.
I can't use that analogy with him.
Yeah, and that's what really disappointed me because when Trevonte signed, he was like one of the top running backs in the state of Louisiana. But I wanted to see, okay, all right, so he's one of the top running backs in the state. Let's see how he fares at Green Tree. Let's see what he looks like on during the game. Just see what kind of product is on the field. But unfortunately, he never got a chance to.
Watch how these fans do Mark Fletcher. God forbid he don't come back the same.
Exactly.
That's how he be a forgotten, a memory, a myth.
Yeah.
Well,
ain't no way they gonna do that.
Well, hold up. Now let's bring this back. Okay. Remember the last few episodes, Mike James, Greg Cooper. Okay, Greg Cooper. Excellent career. Top 10 rusher at the time. Then here comes Walton. Okay, and then now we're starting to get into Travis Homer. Even though he's a 2016 recruit, he don't count. But you see where I'm getting at? It's like That's how it is. I mean, it's like go ahead.
No, this is my thing. The people they're going to turn on is going to be Damian Williams or Martinez. Once they see, he played against UC ARP something and San Diego State, and he only had 100-yard rush against a real team. They're going to be like, hold on, this dude is a little bit slow. All those highlights we saw against that he had were not. They're one play. They weren't consistent. You know what I'm saying? So then they're going to be like, oh shit, he's not what we thought he was. I'm like, yeah, because I was debating. This dude was like, oh, the guy from Marshall is a beast. I'm like, name me the quarterback from Marshall. You ain't never seen no damn Marshall play. Like, shut the hell up. Like, you guys are saying things just to say things you never seen. And then it's like, I watch college football from 11 a.m. till 1 a.m., right? And it's like, I don't know who this guy is from Marshall. And you guys are making it seem like he's Deion Sanders. I'm like, y'all don't even know who's. He did great against Notre Dame. Y'all didn't watch that damn Y'all didn't watch that Notre Dame game. What number he? I don't even know what number he wore at Marshall. I'm like, you guys are a bunch of bullshit.
I'm gonna pull one of their numbers. Who were the receivers? And again, this no knock to the young man. Who was this? Who was this elite receiver Notre Dame had? Notre Dame literally ran their quarterback away. He went to Alabama. He transferred back to Notre Dame, not to play football, but go play lacrosse.
And what was Notre Dame's record that year? They had a bad record, right?
No, they only lost I think they lost maybe 3 games that year. Yeah, his first year. They only lost 3 games.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, even like Katie said, Chaney and Rooster were,
And that's the thing right there.
Exactly.
Right there. And I wanted to do a video about this because South Coast was not South Coast, but Cuban. They were having a discussion about, he's the best running back since Mark Walden. You bring up Travis Homer.
Yeah.
You bring up Travis Homer. Oh, well, that ain't the same thing. Well, if Travis Homer had 10 more carries, he easily goes over 1,000 yards both seasons.
I take DJ Dallas.
But y'all don't want to talk about that. And
take DJ Dallas of all of them.
But then I'll say this. And then again, to use Mario fan logic, David Martinez played in an offense, not taking anything away from him, that was better. I went to PFF. According to PFF, Oregon State had a top 5 overall run blocking grade.
Right. And then also, they ran the ball predominantly more than Miami did. Miami was more balanced with a little bit more passing. Oregon State had more running or rushing attempts in those 2 years than Miami did.
That's what I said.
And don't forget about the level of competition.
That too.
That's
why I don't even answer those questions anymore. Because after that question, screw it. I'm done with questions.
Hey, I'm starting to look at this NIL a little different now. I'm looking at this NIL deal tracker here. They gave Xavier Streppel a deal to stay. He just got a new one May 5th, 2024.
Do tell.
It's undisclosed amount. But I'm just saying, it just, and some of these players we thought got pushed out, no, they got offered money somewhere else. And they like, hey, I'll take that little 100 bands over there. But I can't blame them.
But to not to get off the subject, but think about this. Think about this, Cuban and South Coast and Studio. Think about this. Cuban, they up here arguing or trying to argue with you about a running back being better when these same individuals are talking about how bad the offensive line was. They said they were small, which was a lie. And then they talked about how unimpressive or how unimaginative Rhett Lashley's run game was. I literally still remember the game. We're on the goal line. Rhett Lashley runs a dive play with Rooster that nearly was a safety. Nearly was a safety.
I called it too.
So
Also, man, I called it. I said, watch you run a dive with the middle, we get a safety. And he did it.
And so y'all are so think about this. This is why I said the contradictions come in it. You say one thing because it fits your agenda, and then you want to turn around and say something else. Because
you let Twitter get to you a little bit.
No.
Yeah, to the Twitter be I got you enraged. I heard of
I can't beef with. Listen, I can't beef with somebody when I don't even know where you stand. See, like if me and South Coast were beefing about something, I would know. Okay, South Coast stand over here. All right, okay. Well, we beef about that. But when you stand over here for one thing, and then you stand over there for another thing, then you stand over there, then you stand over there, then you stand over there. I can't beef with you because on one hand, you will say something that me and you agree on. Then over here will be a direct contradiction of what you just said. We're not saying things that are contradictory because we taking what y'all said, and then it's like I was telling my wife, I said that's like someone setting the table, got the food out and everything, and mad that I go sit at the table.
Yeah.
You set the table. Oh, why are you sitting at the table? You set the table. So it's like if you if you want to big up Damon Martinez, that's great. But don't try to diminish the guys that we've had dating all the way back to 2016 when y'all have said, like, Cuban.
Speaking of that, that's what we're supposed to be doing.
Cuban, South Coast. Y'all have literally watched these individuals talk about how horrible Mark Richt did and Manny Diaz did recruiting the offensive line. But then y'all want to turn around and say, oh, well, the running backs weren't that good. A running back is only as good as his offensive line.
Yep.
The majority of the time, unless you're just the elite of the elite. Obviously,
unless you got
Barry Sanders or something like that.
Barry Sanders, yeah.
But the majority of the time, you are only as good as Duke Johnson is the all-time leading rusher here at the University of Miami because he had a good offensive line.
Yep. Yes, sir.
And which is evident by the NFL draft.
Yep.
So So like I said, studio, there's no beef.
I ain't saying nothing about beef.
They need people like us.
You say they over here, they over there, they everywhere.
They need people like us. They need because when I was riding home from work, the thing that kept playing in my mind was that episode of Coach Hayes' show when someone called and told Coach Hayes that they became a fan of the Hurricanes in 2017 because they were attending the University of Miami. And so I played that story out of my mind. I said, okay, that makes sense. So say, for instance, studio, you're not a Miami fan, but you got a son. Your son has the opportunity to go to the University of Miami. He goes to the University of Miami. So what then happens? You become a fan. You become a fan. Mm-hmm. Your wife becomes a fan. You may have some brothers, some cousins. They all become fans because they say, oh, well, my little cousin plays for over there. Or my little brother plays. All right, so you got that. So imagine you got 10 guys every cycle who have no affinity to the University of Miami whatsoever. They commit and they bring in their whole family. They become fans. And guess what the people have figured out? It took me a while to figure it out. Guess what they figured out? Those are our target audience. Because they're not going to go back and watch Rise of the Fall. Because why would they? I'm only concerned about what's going on now. So, and we're in a capitalistic society, so I don't blame you. I don't knock the hustle. Get your money. But the thing of it is that because someone tried to tell me today was like, oh, you're talking about a small sample size. I'm not talking about a small sample size. We literally have parents of players that are going hard in the paint at people like us because they don't know the history. You are listening to those individuals who are for profit. We have not asked for one super chat, which we not monetize. We ain't like I don't have a Cash App going across the screen. South Coast don't have a Cash App going across the screen. I don't have a Discord. South Coast don't have a Discord anymore. We're not hosting Twitter spaces. We're not hosting all this stuff. We're not asking for money.
Nope.
But the
Not one
individuals that
cent.
are telling you the most lies.
But if you would like to contribute, I'm just joking. No. I mean, seriously though, no. That's one thing. I don't. Not that I don't need the money, but that's not why I
We
do
all
this.
need money, but
we all need money, but I mean, I'm not getting paid.
They gonna call it. They gonna say we negative because we've seen it. See, think about this, right? Mario Cristobal go out here year 3 and win 9 games, right?
Yep.
Guess who else won 9 games in year 3? Al Golden and Randy Shannon.
Yep.
And even Larry.
Yep.
But individuals will say, well, you see, Manny went 7-5 in year 3. Mark Richt went 7-5 year 3. You see how Mario's doing it better? See, I like how they put the timeline in such a way that it benefits them. Because think about this. 10 years ago, let's go back to 2014, 10 years ago, the recruits then were 9 and 10 years old. They probably don't know what's going on in football because majority of y'all probably, most of y'all probably weren't Miami fans, especially you out of state. So as you get older, 17, 18, guess what they do? They sell the history. They stop the history at 2022. Yeah. Oh, I remember Sean Taylor. I remember Ed Reed. What about Brandon Merriweather? What about Denzel Perryman? What about Duke Johnson? What about those guys? What about Evan Hearns?
Yep.
Rashawn Scott.
Right.
What about making mention of that? So y'all do just enough so y'all will say from 2000. See, South Coast. I'm gonna say this. I'm through.
No.
I'm gonna let y'all have.
Dude, do your thing, baby.
Do your thing. They have done a fantastic job of making this seem as if, like literally. They literally like South Coast.
Who's they though?
I thought it was a joke. No.
Who's they?
I
You
thought
kept
it was
using
a joke.
they, but we need to figure out who they is.
Studio, it's like the movie. It's like Men in Black. All them people were aliens. We didn't know who they were. We just say they because they could be any of them. Like it's a whole multitude of them. They have done a great job of making this seem like this is what 2003 is supposed to really have looked like. This upcoming year. Y'all have said from 2002 to 2023, those years did not even count. We don't even talk about that.
It's like they didn't exist. I think that's called denial.
That's interesting. QB make that comment because I think he made a comment previously that makes me think about they. Maybe QB is one of they because he said about the insiders say Xavier wasn't even supposed to be the starter. So what insiders are these?
Well, if studio allows me, if Jordan allows me to tell who they are.
Yes.
Okay,
please
so
do.
They are Miami Flow, Caneville, who else? Dono, Kane's Insight. Who's another fucking guy that's
I like Kane's Insight now.
They used to be good.
Now he break it. He now.
No. They're not the same. They're not the same. It's a different one. They changed when when Mario came here.
The Italian dude. What his name is?
D-Money.
D-Money.
No.
He changed. He's part of they.
I mean, you know, if you certain media outlet, you gonna talk mostly. You ain't gonna slander too much.
No, you ask a question who they are, and I'm telling you who they are. Who they are.
Studio, what did you just say? Did you say they're not gonna slander? Studio, they are the ones that said the 2022 recruiting class don't count.
Exactly.
That's what
do you mean don't count though?
No, they said it counted when Mario took this. We were ranked in 1,000, and Mario saved it, and we had the best. I remember this. We had the best recruiting class in the state of Florida. Mario's a beast at recruiting.
They end up leaving.
Various opinions mixed up. So
No.
you always find an argument because there's always gonna be a disagreement.
Studio, that's what I just said. Studio, that's what I just said. You said Twitter beef. That's why I said it. See, Studio.
I didn't say Twitter beef. You said beef. I said Twitter got you riled up, and you used the word beef.
No.
Studio, so that let me know it had you a little bit beef.
Studio is not just Twitter. I watch a multitude of YouTube. I'm on message boards.
Twitter. I heard this about 3 times.
I'm on Facebook.
Twitter spaces from you.
I don't. But Studio.
Oh, it's on the YouTube. The YouTube is there too.
I can't. I heard that's what I'm hearing.
Studio.
This is my perception.
I can't. Because Studio, this is why. Because these are the ones that have the ears of the masses. If you can make people believe that something didn't count, they would turn around and say it didn't count. These people literally said the first year didn't count.
You can't even explain yourself on Twitter properly.
Studio, I'm gonna tell you the three. Studio, I'm gonna tell you
the discontent.
Studio, I'm gonna tell you the 3 main people: Gary Furman, Miami Flo, and Caneville. Those are whatever those 3 say. You're gonna hear it again. And they're gonna repeat it over and over.
I already looked at Flo. I said, man, Flo, something ain't right about Flo. But I'm just leave it like that.
But this the thing. So Studio, just like you say that you like D Money, I like Street. I like Flo. So I mean,
I watch Flo's show,
but I like. But I'm saying, I like.
Hey, you gotta take.
I like Streeter. I really do.
You gotta take a lot of it with a grain of salt. Okay. Now like those guys on You Talk, I know those are Cuban's friends over there. Or You Heard, excuse me. I don't know why. Somebody's got to change the name. I get them confused.
Don't get those confused now.
I don't know why I do.
They different.
But Cuban's friend Ben. I lost all respect for that channel when
shout out to
a while back.
Shout out to You Heard. Shout out to you.
When they sat there,
South Coast.
when they sat there and they had a segment where they were trying to find people from the last 20 years that could start on the 2024 Miami Hurricanes football team. And they could only get like 5 or 6.
I told you.
Okay. And they actually had the question on Twitter. And this is what started it for me. They had it on Twitter. I'm like, oh my God, where do I start? So I just pulled 4 names that I thought of. Well, no. They moved the goalpost. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I misunderstood the question because you said what 4 players from the last 20 years would I think would start on 2024 Miami team? I'm like, okay, my bad. Well, anyway, come to find out, they had a thing on their channel, a live show like this, and they could only get to, 7 or 8, and they couldn't find anybody. My God, man, Shad sat there one day and didn't even try. And he found 20 people within Shad, during Golden's tenure. Like a 3-year period. He found 20 people. And that's when I'm like, nah, bruh, you don't know shit. You sit here, you talk. Remember, I told y'all about 2 hours ago I may get a little pissy, so here I go. You sit here and you claim to be, the all-knowing Miami source for everybody. And you mean to tell me of all the talent, of all the guys we've had, and since 20 years, you can't find 11 people on defense, 11 people on offense that could start on this team. And then I'll go a step further. further. Mr. D-Money. When that Restrepo catch come out, oh, that's the greatest catch in 30 plus years of Green Tree history. So you mean to tell me that from 93 to now, with all the Hall of Famers, the All Pros, first round draft picks, you mean to tell me that none of them made catches like that? If you remember a couple episodes ago, Rayshon Scott, or Rayshon, I showed a clip of a catch he made. It was only like 5 seconds. But again, I bring up this point. Why did Restrepo have to make that catch if the ball was placed in the right spot? I don't remember any of the receivers from Kaya having to make those catches. I don't remember receivers from Ja'Cory Harris having to make those kind of catches. I don't remember receivers from Robert Marr. Well, no.
All right,
Brock
man,
Berlin
you're going
having to make those kind of catches. But again, I told you I was going to be pissy, and here we go. You have these guys that are making thousands and thousands of dollars. They go to the First Guarantee Bank of wherever the frack they're at, cashing checks, pay to the order of. All right, they get their checks. All right, I don't know what Dollar General they work at, but they get their checks from the university. Okay? They go and they deposit them on Monday morning or whenever they get paid. And they can come up with this bullshit. But you take folks like Shad, Cuban, Mr. Frank Jr., Mr. Devin, and yourself, Studio. Okay? And, you know, we've sat here and y'all have painstakingly, thank you very much, listened to me since February at Mardi Gras. Go through these seasons since 2004. Okay? Cuban came up with this idea of the rise of the fall. I took it, I ran with it. I put the work in. I mean, you know, PDFs and stuff. Y'all sat here and y'all have been here listening. Thank you very much.
That was some good work too. Them PDFs, I never mentioned that. All
thank you,
stats,
thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes,
But don't
great
interrupt.
work.
Don't interrupt me. I'm cooking. Okay.
That's why I'm quiet.
Besides, I'm about due for a refill. Anyway, but what I'm getting at is you have folks like me, Cuban, Shad, etc. We were there. I sat there in front of the TV and watched this bullshit from 04 to now. I may not remember every single thing that happened, but I remember. And when I go through this stuff, memories are jogged. You know, experiences are relived. And then I see the bullshit that's going on today. And again, credit to Cuban. Wash, rinse, repeat. What we're seeing right now, again, the news clip I showed you in the intro, you could substitute Rick with Mario. Same damn thing. And if you notice, it was another one of those ignorant assholes from Kane Insiders.
Pete.
Okay? Yes, I said it. All Kane's Insider is a bunch of well-to-do journalist majors from Miami who just go to the press conferences, write down whatever, record it, sit there at Green Tree and watch shit, make shit up. Because, you know, some of these cats have been going since they were like 5 years old. all right, and make some of the most asinine remarks. But since they're with Kane insiders, or, they're with so-and-so, oh, they were at the press conference, they were at the practices, they were at Green Tree, we automatically assume they know what the fuck they're talking about. And those people that go to the Green Tree, they're probably pissing behind a tree that's green. But, those people prey on the desperation of Canes fans, because you have Canes fans that hang on every single word and letter they put out as if it's the gospel from high above. It is bullshit. And people like myself, Cuban, Mr. Frank Jr., Shad, Mr. Derek, Katie, QB, et cetera, et cetera. When we say, oh, wait a minute, buddy, we're going to call you out on that. Well, then all of a sudden, we become anti-Kane. Okay? Anti-Kane. Let me tell you one thing. I told you earlier, I'm probably going to get pissy, so here we go. Let me tell you one thing. Goddamn, anybody going to tell me I'm anti-Kane. All right? I sat there, I'm 1,000 miles away. And even during the debacles of the 80s, okay? Even during the 90s, I still wore my orange and green. I got laughed at, I got ridiculed, I got made fun of, I was called everything under the sun. I still supported the orange and green. Late 90s, still wore my stuff. And ever since, even during this rise of the fall, guess what? I still wear my stuff. I've never been ashamed. I still wear it. That doesn't make me any better than anybody else. But who the hell are these people that are going to charge for inside information? Okay? Who the hell are you to tell me? I've been watching I've been trying to watch these Canes, and I've been supporting them for 40 plus years. Anyway, see, that's what pisses me off. See, Shad and them get nice. Cuban gets nice. When I get pissy, I don't get nice. I don't.
Cuban is nice. Cuban doesn't get nice. Cuban is
I don't care. Okay? And this is what I love. This is why I love this Rise of the Fall series. Yes, it's painstaking. It takes time, but it's fighting the good fight. Okay? It's my opportunity to bring this information to light. It's Cuban's opportunity to give his experience. It's Shad's opportunity. QB, the guru. It's all of our chance to relive and to teach the younger folks, i.e. Miss Katie, who was in the Papoose back in the early 2000s. I feel like it's an opportunity to teach and inform these otherwise lied to and taken advantage of by these dumbasses that call themselves true Canes fans. And, they can call us what they want. I don't care. My channel, my rules. You don't like it, change the channel. I don't give a flying fat fuck. Excuse my language. I'm probably going to have the sponsor come in here in a second and say, what the hell is your problem? But, hey, it's cool. But, to what Shad was saying, to what Cuban is saying, You know, just because we say, oh, wait a minute, buddy, you know, that's not what you were saying earlier. You know, just because you have, you know, a syndicated show, just because you're getting a check, you know, that doesn't make you any better. Because you know what? I don't want to sound a certain way, but I can take your check and wipe my ass with it and never miss it. Okay? You take that check, shove it up your ass. I don't care. But anyway, somebody bring us back around. I'm through. How you like that?
Studio, this is your time to bring the show back down to
yeah, I told y'all. I told y'all earlier I was going to be pissy. I told you.
Said, though, South Cocaine.
No, I disagree with Jordan because I'm a little bit of an asshole too. So you know, I don't care. You see, I call people's. The only reason I always say people's names is because it's not, you know, it's not my channel that I have to respect.
I don't care.
will
What they
call
gonna do?
if I, that's why I'm like, I don't think these guys know what, if they do invite me to the show, I don't think they're ready for what the hell I'm going to say. I'm like, I'm going to cuss because I don't, you know, first of all, I don't respect you guys. I'm going to call out everybody by name, right? And it's going to be real nasty. So I'm like, I don't think you guys want to, you know, because I'm going to call out the bullshit. I'm like, Mike, you, in your name, it says Mike. You were a announcer for University of Miami. So I expect you to be insider for the program, and I expect you to say everything nice. The rest of you guys are wannabe Miami Flows. I'm gonna destroy them, and I don't think they're gonna like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I don't think you guys have heard me on these airways. I have a pouty mouth, and I say crazy shit, and I don't
Right.
care. But I'm like, all right, it's your embarrassment that's gonna, because
Yeah,
I'm going
but
to embarrass you on the knowledge
but
of Miami Hurricanes football. I'm
but
not
to
saying I'm the smartest person in the world, but I know my Canes football through and through.
right. Oh, and also to Miss Katie and Miss Ellen, I do apologize for speaking that way in front of ladies. I do apologize, but sometimes I gotta let it out.
They're like flow the plug.
And see, the thing is, a lot of these channels that we speak of, they have like 7, 6 or 5, 7, 8 different branch off channels. You see what I'm getting
all
at?
under flow. That's why I was like,
Yes.
they all like they working for flow.
Yeah, and I'm like, you guys are horrible groupies, you know, and that's man, Studio, you giving my points away. I'm like, this is the reason why I don't respect you guys, because you guys are groupies. This is my thing. I'm like, you guys are groupies of Flow. I don't have, you know, I don't have a problem with Flow. If you go to Flow's when he started his shows, right? He was named Caned Up, and his show was called Miami Flow. You would see me on his comments. I'll be the only person on there. But I'm like, it's sad that you guys are men and you are following this guy named Flo and building his empire, right? So I'm like, this shows me who the hell you guys are as men.
Right.
You're a bunch of followers. You're not a bunch of leaders.
They're like pigeons looking for crumbs.
Huh?
I mean, I ain't knocking them. I mean, you
no,
know,
I ain't knocking Flo. I'm knocking the rest of the groupies. I'm like, this is just YouTube. Wondering. You can create your own damn channel. Why the fuck you need to create one under Miami Flow? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, this is why.
That's why I said Flow must be the plug.
I don't care. No, the thing is, Flow changed too. He was objective, and then you know he got a little fame, and then he started being inside. So this is my thing. Once you call yourself an insider and you know people, I stop listening to you because you're going to be biased towards a person. You're not going to have an objective, reaction, or because if anybody were to ask me about, you know, Jorn and Studio and Coach Hayes and I'm like, look, I'm on their show. I can't give you a honest opinion because I'm on their show and I'm biased, right? They allow people to talk. But if I am not tied into something, I am going to give you an honest opinion, right? You're not gonna. So it's
Right.
like once you say you're gonna favor somebody, you're not going to have a honest, truthful opinion. So I'm like, all right, guys, invite me. This is gonna be really
Well,
bad for you guys.
well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. When you start getting like that big, you have to kind of cater to the masses because you don't want to go losing your meal ticket. You see what I'm saying? You don't want to upset anybody because then now you're starting to lose views. You're losing clicks. You're losing money. You know, me, I'm just doing it because sometimes I just don't shut up. And again, I like doing this. I love the fellowship. I love the people that I have met. I love the acquaintances and the friendships that I've made. I'm not getting, because if I get paid to do this, then it's not fun anymore. It becomes a job. I got a job. Okay. But that's what I like about this. We can make a topic and us four guys plus those in the chat say whatever the hell we want to say. Okay? Because we all know each other. We all like each other, I think. And we can disagree, but yet that's all it is. Just a difference of opinion. That's all it is. And if I say something to upset Cuban, it's no big deal. You know, we can have a difference of opinion. There's nothing wrong with that. But we're none the wise, or, you know, we're not losing anything. Shad can have his round table. Okay. And disagree with somebody or say something somebody doesn't like. It's not going to hurt Shad. Shad's still going to be able to, you know, hopefully feed and pamper that young Shad. You know, Cuban just brings balance to the force. You know, everybody knows Cuban. Cuban gonna say what he want to say. You know, and that again, I know we're supposed to be talking about 2016, but this is good stuff here. You're not gonna get this anywhere else.
But I'll be talking about Brad Kaya and beating West Virginia.
You know, and that's one
Mike
thing.
Hartley recruitment game.
Right. You know, that's one thing. That's one reason why I started this channel is for folks like us to have a place to express our opinions without fear of whatever. You know, sometimes we all agree, sometimes we don't. Darth goes gay. You know, it's kind of like and I don't want to mention names, but I have to mention it. Besides, it's my channel, my rules. Don't like it, change it. Change the channel. But, you know, there was a time when Workforce Freebie and Cuban, I believe, had a difference of opinion.
And it was amazing.
And it was just difference of opinions. Just, you know, one person saw red, one person saw blue. So what? But, you know, and then I guess.
But you know what, John? I learned from that, right? It wasn't, oh, you're stupid, you're a Manny fan.
Right.
No, it was an educational. It's like, it was informative. Right. And it was enjoy. You know, it's like, all right, I'm learning here, and he was learning. But you know, listen.
You know, but see, you won't. You know, and like I said, these other cats with their established, monetized, check cashing shows, they can't allow that. They have to, you know, try to, you know, be the politician and make everybody happy. I don't want to make people happy. I want people to be themselves. You know what I'm saying? I don't, you know, that's, you know, I want the guru to be the guru. Okay, I want Guru to be the same guy that I see yelling, Solomon, run, Solomon, run, Solomon, go, Solomon. That's what I want to see. You know, the Shad. I want to hear and see Shad that's, you know, on the fans' point of view. I want to hear the Shad on the not the one who falls asleep in the locker room, but the Shad that brings up points in the locker room. You know, the Cuban. I want the Cuban that I see and hear that everybody else sees on these other channels. I don't want anybody putting airs on. I want everybody to be true to themselves. And if we agree, we agreed. If we don't agree, we just don't agree. But
simple as that.
All right, where are we at?
Pull up the first slide. That's where we at.
Holy crap. We sat here for 2.5 hours. Man, could you imagine somebody who just happened to find this channel, this show? And it's like they're watching and waiting to hear about 2016. They're like, these morons this is all fake. This is clickbait.
Hey, a lot of people do that.
I know, but you know what? It's cool. It's all good. But woo-wee. Hey, as long as I'm able to watch that Grand Prix in the morning, I'm cool.
Wait a minute. What's the name of the Grand Prix?
We got the Italian Grand Prix at Imola, baby.
Okay.
We had Imola. 8 o'clock our time in the morning, I think. Next week is Monza. That's the race I like. Matter of fact, I'll be on vacation next week, so I like to use a week's vacation for the Memorial Day because you got the Indy 500, you got the Monza, So anyway, and then plus tonight, I got all night, dude. I don't want to cut into the coach's late night work, a night shift or whatever, but he'd get over it. All right. I tell you what we're going to do, fellas. Let's take 5. Let's take 5 for just a second. Let me refill my cup. Okay, I've been in a margarita mood tonight. Plus, give me a chance to reset, reprogram, and we're going to get into the 2016 season. But remember, the 2016 recruits did not count. All right, so I'm gonna take 5. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Shad. I want to see the Shad that's not gonna let those Twitter fingers get away with it.
They gonna get away with it because
I hate Twitter though.
They gonna move. They gonna move the
I use it. I be like, man, I can't follow. Maybe because I don't got it on my phone. That's probably why. And it don't work the same on the computer.
They ain't not missing nothing, man. Just some guys who say they know how to evaluate talent.
Who they said know how to evaluate talent?
They know how to evaluate talent, and apparently, according to them, they missed on
Zay Flowers. That one hurt.
Flowers. Oh yeah, I'm gonna tell you what else is funny, right? So it was like when none of the players that transferred went to like better situations, and I stopped and I thought to myself, I said, we are 12 and 13. What the hell are you?
There's a lot of better situations. And listen, I just looked through that NIL deal tracker, and they ain't playing.
But I'm saying though, still, now if you want to talk about, 5 national championships, multiple All-American, 01 team, all right, cool. But that's not the program that we got right now. It's not what we got.
Yeah.
So what we have right now is 12 and 13, and there are a hell of a lot of other programs that are better than 12 and 13.
Let me ask you something, Shad. Are you on the same boat as South Coast and Cuban that's on the slide rooting for Mario to get pushed out the door?
Nope.
No, don't say that. I'm not saying he's getting pushed out the door.
I knew that Mike was gonna get unquiet.
No, I ain't saying get pushed out the door. I said Miami's not gonna be able to afford him.
11.
I know. I'm just messing with you. But they felt it sounded to me like they was kind of like they predicted him out the door, but I don't see him going well.
But you know what? Hey, but you know something else though. Studio. I'm gonna tell you what else. He has no excuses, right? Because again, Manny Diaz, like I said, I don't like defending Manny. Manny Diaz got fired in the season where he lost his starting quarterback, 2 starting running backs, some offensive linemen, 2 starting safeties, all that stuff, and had to rely on a lot of freshmen to play. He got fired for going 7-5. The reason I say that is that I don't want to hear anything about if we happen to have some players break a shoelace during this particular season and we win less than 10 games. Because if
hold on, Studio. They've been saying that whole injury since season 1. They've been calling. We had a whole bunch of players injured. You expect people to say that because you know how Mario practices. Oh, they practicing hard. You get ready for that excuse.
I'm not letting you do it because if a man can get fired after losing all of that and still finish 5-1, if you can get fired for losing all that, you have already set the precedent that it don't matter. Injury is no longer an excuse. I don't care who. Listen, it don't need to happen, but I don't care who breaks a shoelace. If a shoelace gets broken, 10 wins. I don't care if 900K go down. I don't care if the running back. I don't care if 2-3 offensive linemen. I don't care. Because if a man can get fired for losing all of that, the person that comes behind him, you don't get that excuse. I don't care what happened. I don't care.
All right, you ready to get it?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna say this.
No. I'm sorry. Continue, please.
Because as Cuban has said multiple times, and South Coast has echoed the same sentiments. If someone goes down, it's time for those highly rated recruits to step right in and not miss a beat. So, y'all bragged about we had 2,700 players, freshmen, 2,700 freshman snaps, even though 2,000 of them were between 5 guys. But, you can literally play 100 snaps just by playing on 3 special teams for 10 games. But in any regard, there are no excuses this year. Point blank period. Shoelace. The only way that you have one is if a hurricane comes and we miss games. But other than that, nothing. Period. Nothing.
Fantastic. All right. First off, thank y'all for allowing me to vent my frustration.
I'm gonna hop in the chat. I gotta do some cooking, but I'm gonna be here with y'all.
Oh, dude, yeah, you better go cook.
And when I finish cooking, I'll hop back in. But like I said,
go take care of your business,
but I
buddy.
don't
Take
know.
care of your business.
But I might not be back.
It's okay.
We paid Panay may be back because he wants to. He said he texted me and he told me when y'all do another show. So I told him. He said okay, well yeah, because I want to make sure that I'm there for that upgrade downgrade. So he might be back. So I don't know. It's just
go do your thing, man. Go do your thing.
Listen, he got access to the phone and all that stuff, the account. So he might. I watched the replay. I saw how he was, and I said, "Man, ain't no way in the hell he did that." Y'all so if he show back up again, man,
everybody's
before you leave, does Mari get credit for Matt Lee and Cohen or no?
Are you asking me or you want me to ask? We got Panay paid because if we got Panay paid, answer he gonna say of course. But no, you don't get credit for that because them dudes came here to increase their draft stock and it didn't increase. Studio. This is the last point I'm gonna make. Again, the contradiction. Matt Lee has potential to go in the first or second round when he gets Mario Cristobal coaching. Guess what happens when he don't get drafted that high? He's not he wasn't the prototypical size. I mean, what do you expect?
Insert excuse here.
I'm just that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying, studio. It's like, bruh, yo. Hey, but these are my final words. But like I said, I'm gonna be in the chat. My final words on camera. You always win when 6 are blocking 3. And I'm out.
Hold on, one thing, Chad. You need to bring that. You need to bring back your trivia questions, man.
What trigger question? Oh,
Oh,
okay.
oh,
I was thinking about that. I'm looking at some stuff tonight. But
There you go.
But like I said, I'll be in the chat. But let me get in here and cook. But
Go cook.
I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna try to be back. Now, if we got Panay Pay show up, hey, because only one of us can be in the account every time. So if he beat me to it, you know. But anyway.
Well, you could join the Miami Flows channel. You could,
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Oh wow.
Ooh. Blow my dog now, but now I only got a couple of dollars to spare, and Coach Hayes gets those. So I don't have nothing else to spare.
Man, go feed that baby.
Peace.
Go cook for that baby. Always a good time when Shad shows up. Man, this has been fun, bruh.
One more side question I gotta ask Studio.
Sure.
Who did you bet? Usyk or Fury today?
Say that again.
Did you bet on the boxing match today?
The who?
The boxing match. Usyk and Fury.
Oh no, I don't really bet on boxing. They be kind of.
Man, Studio is a soccer guy.
Yeah, that's why I went to Soccer Worldwide. You can avoid, even though they rigged them games too. I don't seen certain situations where I be like, no, ain't no way this happening right here. You know what I'm saying? But it is. Listen, I'm gonna give an example. You got 3 sorry teams, different divisions all across the world. They ain't scored a goal in 4 games, but they the big underdog today. And all 3 of them scoring the first goal within the 3 minutes of the match. You be like, look at this, holy crap. All 3 of them can score right now. And they'll give them that little goal at the beginning so they don't win. They don't. Anyway, it's all played with, boy. If you don't believe it, then that's on you. They all play with it from every sport. But it's just so many. It's hard. You can't do them all. So I stick with the soccer. It's too diversified. They can't get them all. I know how to avoid them old public games. That's why if you ever see one of them professional shows, they be got the good way to talk all them. They won't conspiratize it, but they'll be like, "Oh, we don't want to be on the public bet. We don't want to be on the public side." What you mean? How does the public automatically lose? What you mean? Because that's the most money on the game, and Vegas gonna do something about that. But anyway, let's get back on track.
All right. One last thing before we get this party started. Oh, don't worry, Katie. I'm not quitting. I'm not quitting. We're gonna do this. I saw where everybody was complaining about the Marlins. And just remember, the Marlins have to play my Mets. So
get the Marlins out of Miami. I'm sorry, Dorn. You're trying to continue the show, but you're gonna get me on the rant now.
I'm a diehard New York Mets.
I mean, look, bro, y'all. Look, bro. Hey, I feel your pain. I know, what they do with the Marlins and the Orange Bowl and Marlins Stadium or whatever the hell they call that shit. Just remember, my Mets are starting to start a series with the Marlins, and the Marlins looking pretty good. They've already taken the first 2 games of the series. So, hey, I feel you. Anyway.
Well, Jordan, sorry. Just last thing, I'll let you continue the show. Your Mets. I don't know how many championships you guys have. How many championships you guys have? Were you even born?
See,
You
we
guys had a
got
championship?
the one in '69 and the one in '86.
Yeah, so you probably weren't even born. So
Oh,
Well, yeah, I
that
was.
was Derek Strawberry Day, boy.
Oh boy, what? Strawberry
Sorry.
and Doc.
Right
Oh,
good,
dude,
boy.
don't get me started. That don't get me started, boy. Look.
But
Anyway,
this is just my thing because I was going back and forth with somebody about this. Baseball does not Major League Baseball does not belong in Florida. High school, college, yes, but Major League Baseball in
and you
Florida
know, you
does not work.
you're I believe you're absolutely right because, like you said, all levels of baseball works in Florida and South Florida except for the pros.
Spring training works, but not
Spring
the
training
pros.
works,
Yes,
Why
not
y'all
the
but
say that?
pros. Well, I mean,
it's because Florida didn't have a baseball team for the longest time. So in the state of Florida, you have Yankees, Mets, Cubs, and Atlanta fans because of Turner
yeah,
Sports and all that stuff. But
right,
Florida could not. I'm for having Miami and Tampa relocate to a different city because it doesn't work in the state of Florida. It's dumb.
it's crazy,
They're the Rays have, they're like like Houston, like the Astros, right? But nobody goes to the games. It's because
right,
it's a
right,
Yankee city,
right,
and it just
yeah,
doesn't work in Florida.
it,
It's like they're going
yeah,
to build new stadiums. Like it's not about the stadiums, not about the money. It's just it doesn't work. Major League
right.
Baseball doesn't work in Florida. Like you just
Right,
gotta
but
take your
but
losses.
the the grapefruit league and the some of the minor league and
Yeah, they do great.
high school and stuff does great. That's no disrespect to the fine folks there in Florida, but yeah, I mean with the Rays and the Marlins, it's crazy how that works because I would have thought for sure, you know. But anyway, that's a whole different topic for a whole different time. And speaking of time, let's get into this 2016 season, shall we? But anyway, look, hey, the first 3 hours, I loved it. This is what we need. We need more of these conversations going on. I know that seems to be a cliche in the world today with all the crap going on, but when it comes to hurricane football, we need to have these conversations, and the Canes football universe needs folks like us in order to survive, because if it wasn't for folks like us and channels like this and avenues and outlets like this, oh my gosh, could you imagine what would be going on? All right, so the last time we spoke, we were talking about 2015. Of course, Golden got fired after the 58-0 debacle against Clemson, which was the worst defeat in Miami football history. He was fired after the seventh game, and Miami ended up going, what was it, 8-5, I believe it was. Anyway, so here we are, 2016. You saw the news clip, and Mark Richt has come to Miami. Granted, I think they should have tried to get him before Golden, but that's a whole different topic for a whole different show. But just like with Mario,
But hold on, why couldn't they do that?
didn't have the money.
There you go.
Allegedly. Didn't have the money, allegedly. Miami was broke. Miami couldn't afford to pay a football coach. But somehow they found money in 2022, but that's a whole different topic. We're going to get to that eventually. So Mark Richt comes in, and then, it's like the the dark cloud, the black cloud over the university and the athletic department just kind of gave way to sunshine. Oh, now getting into the season, Brad Kaya starts the 2016 season at number 5 all-time in yardage at 6,436 yards. He was right behind Toretta. And one thing I did do is, when Toretta was at Miami back in the 90s, he was from 89 to 92. He played in 91 and 92. If you adjust Toretta's numbers, because back then they did not count the bowl games for, season stats. Officially, Toretta was at 7,690 yards passing, but I went back and added the yardage he had in the 91 Orange Bowl and the 92 Sugar Bowl, which I have blocked out of my memory. Toretta he basically has 8,200 yards passing, which actually unofficially makes him number 3 ahead of Morris, but we're not going to get into that. So right now, Kaya is sitting at number 5. Okay. So let's go ahead and get into this. So with all this being said, I'm going to go ahead and put everybody out of here so we can see this. So we have a new coaching staff for 2016. All right. We got your boy, Mark Richt. Now, everything's going to be in color because the media guide for 2016 was in color. Mark Richt, the prodigal son has come home. Have we heard that before? All right. There's everybody's favorite coach. Manny Diaz is the defensive coordinator and linebackers coach. Thomas Brown is the OC, the offensive coordinator and running backs coach. Greg Kulowski is the defensive line coach.
Kulagowski.
Thank you. Mr. Ron Dugans is the passing game coordinator and wide receivers coach. Stacy Searles, he was the offensive line coach. Todd Hartley, special teams coordinator and tight ends coach. Mike Rumpf, I'm sure that name sounds familiar. He was the cornerbacks coach. Ephraim Banda was the safeties coach. John Richt, quarterback coach. Now, in case you're wondering, yes, this is the coach's son. And in later episodes, spoiler alert, not too many people are happy with the performance of little John Rich later on. There are grumblings. Gus Felder, that is the strength and conditioning coordinator. Now, I did have a video that has a little bit more of him in it. I like this dude. I liked him. He was.
No, he's bad. He was horrible.
I know, but he seemed like a good guy.
Yeah, he missed. He
I know. I'm not saying he was great, but I mean, he seemed like a good guy.
Is he the one that broke our dude's necks?
No, he just didn't show up for.
Because I was wondering. I think we had 2 people had neck ending, season-ending neck injuries under our.
Oh yeah, no, that was on him.
I was like, what's going on? What kind of workouts they got these guys doing?
It was him, but it was during the games. It wasn't during practice.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the John Thomas, he was the associate strength and conditioning coach. And this young man here, Kellen Johnson, was the other assistant. So even though the mustache has the beard, we have these two guys. And as y'all know, Swayze left. So the 2015 players that were selected in the 2016 draft, you had Artie Burns went in the first round. That's right. That was a first round draft pick. They had those back then, believe it or not. Okay. He was cornerback, went to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then Mr. Deion Bush went fourth round as a safety to the Bears. And as y'all know, he, as far as I know, he is with the 49ers. He was in the Super Bowl. That's right. So for 2016, the starters coming back. As you can see, Coley, Shad's man Standish comes back. Darling and Isidore, Gall, and McDermott and Linder on the line. And of course, Kaya and Joe Yearby. Joe Yearby was another one of those highly recruited young men. Okay. Remember we was talking about that earlier?
Did he have a 1,000-yard season? I don't know, because some people, say that we didn't have 1,000-yard running back. He did.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. Well, we'll get to it, because if I want to say he ended up being like top 10 all time, but we're going to get to that. On defense, Harris and Thomas, Muhammad, Grace, Elder, and Rayshawn Jenkins, and of course Bagley and Vogel. Now that's the returning starters that had started in 2015. All right, here we go. These are the recruits for 2016. Now remember, these guys don't count for Richt. If we use the 2024 logic that is being spewed out there, these guys don't count. These are golden players. But now, look at this. Look at this. Amon Richards. I think he would have been a very, very good receiver if he had not gotten hurt.
Would have been the best.
So you saying Amon Richards and that cornerback, what his name? Young.
Yep.
Both of them hurt their necks in the game?
Yep.
Yeah. Matter of fact, Richards only played like 2 years. But again, that's just, unfortunately, that's what happens. That's just kind of the bad side of it. But anyway, let's see here. You got James, defensive back, Finley, Johnson, Martin, Haskins, Malik Young, Patrick Bethel. Look at this. Zach McLeod, young Michael Irvin Jr., and Travis Homer. I think that sounds familiar to a lot of folks. Cedric Wright, Joe Jackson, Sam Bruce. Name sound familiar?
I like it.
Deontay Mullins, Shaquille Quarterman, and one of my and just a personal side notes, one of my personal favorites, Mr. Pickney, Michael Pickney.
He went to my high school, Rains High School.
This was, with McLeod, Quarterman, and Pickney, freshman linebacker group, which I know would've, could've, should've, but them guys could have been good.
So I guess this transition class was okay then, right?
Well, it didn't count, just like Shad says. 2016 didn't count.
Oh,
but they were all right. They were okay.
It only counts when they're successful, right? I'm just trying to understand the rules.
Well, the rules are, if we go by 2024 logic today's logic by the true Hurricane fans who say, 2022 didn't count because those are really Manny players, which is an excuse to validate the poor performance in 2022 and 2023. I'm going to be an asshole and say 2016 didn't count. 2016, all of Richt's, 2016, 2017, that was all because of Golden. Because most of these true Canes fans' history only goes back to 2017. But anyway, I digress. And of course, Jack Allison, which, was going to be another heir apparent in the quarterback line. He was here for like 2 years and transferred out to
West Virginia.
Yes, thank you very much.
I'm not a Canes fan. I just started following Hurricanes yesterday.
I know, and that was good. You did your homework. I knew.
No, it's not doing my homework. I just know my Canes.
Yes.
Shit.
Yeah, because I when I saw that, I'm like, because again, I'm like, this is 7, 8 years ago, and I'm like, okay, let me refresh my memory, and I'm like, Jack. And I saw where, he was here for like a year or so, and then he left for West Virginia. Yes. And then around the great state of Mississippi, Dayal Harris, wide receiver. But he was a verbal. I don't think he signed.
No, he played. He had a good 1 year. Then he transferred. I don't get it.
You know how the Mississippi guys are when they go and gets tough, they gone. I'm joking, Shad. I'm joking. All right, so.
Well, he did do that.
Yeah,
got a little bit tough, and then Shad left.
I know, but I'm not gonna talk bad about Shad. He's trying to warm up the can of Chef Boyardee SpaghettiOs right now, and I tell you what, it's like 10 o'clock our time over here, 11 o'clock y'all's time, and if the Shad family has not ate yet, come on, Shad, you gotta tighten up, bro. Looking at 10 o'clock at night. I'm joking. All right, so looking at our depth chart for 2016. And this will come into play later when we play everybody's favorite game, upgrade, downgrade. I am going to have to
some other shows. None of these guys are any good. But
no talent whatsoever. And I'm working on trademarks and patents for the upgrade, downgrade, as well as a play at home version. All right, so as far as receivers go, you have Coley, Barrios, and Richards.
Shit.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Exactly. Then you have, that's one of the Mississippi guys, Shad. Up there, your neck of the neighborhood. And then, of course, you got, your Harrison, your Langham in the X, Lewis in the Z, and Malik Merriweather on the Y. Hey, how we do? Can you see that, Guru? Do I need to make it be okay?
Yep.
All right. Look, if you need to zoom it in, please tell me. Hey, zoom the bitch in, bruh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So looking at our offensive line, Darling with sophomore Lewis, St. Louis, McDermott.
Could you do the sides, because there's a guy in here says that we had small lines. Could you?
I will be happy to do. Matter of fact, you know what I'm gonna do? Watch this. I'm gonna bring it in a little bit.
Yeah, because studios always had small lines. Okay. Let's see how small this line was.
All right, so Darling 6'4", 320. And then the backup, St. Louis, was 6'5", 305. He was just a sophomore. McDermott, a junior, he was 6'7", 301. That's a whole lot of young man there, buddy. Mahoney, 6'5", 295. He's just a redshirt freshman. He hadn't got to he ain't really made it to the table very much. And then Milo, he was 6'6", 300. Linder, 6'3", 305. Gall was 6'5", 305. He was a senior. Isadora, a senior, 6'4", 305. Gaucher was 6'5", 300 as a sophomore. Odagu, right tackle, 6'8", 325. Man, 6'8", holy crap. Man, could you imagine Poffenbarger behind this? He would never saw over a 6'8", dude. I mean, Poffenbarger's like 5'10".
Well, we got a tall offensive lineman now.
The only problem is, though, these two tackles ain't played up to par. Our interior was good. Nick Linder, Isadora, McDermott was good, but
Studer, you said we had small lines. I ain't forget what you said. I'm holding you accountable.
Y'all already made that point last episode. Y'all not gonna make the point over and over again.
I'm gonna make it every time. I'm petty. You better accept that. I'm petty.
In all fairness, this line is going to come into play. I mean, I'm not spoiler alert, but it's gonna.
This was a switch where our defense was lagging, offense was great, and all of a sudden, Rick act like he couldn't get the offense together.
We're gonna talk about that. I promise. Tight end. I mean, what do you say? Chris Herndon, Njoku, he was a redshirt sophomore. I mean, what more do you want? You know, quarterback, Kaya Jr., Malik Rozier, redshirt sophomore. You know, running back. I mean, dude, you got Yearby coming back as a junior. Walton coming in as a sophomore. Gus the Bush, redshirt junior. He coming off a foot injury, I believe, the year before. And of course, you know, back then they had fullbacks. I know a lot of kids today are like, what the hell's a fullback? But Marquez Williams, 6'1", 280, redshirt senior. And Wyatt Chicolo. And then we did talk about the wide receivers. Now, looking at the defense. At end, you got Chad Thomas and Demetrius Jackson. Nose, you got Norton and Jenkins. At tackle, McIntosh and Moten. They call it the Viper, which is Harris and Jackson. And then you have the linebacker group. These three guys. Now, wait a minute. Katie says, Cam's Dollar Tree LeVar Ball dad played us like a cheap fiddle, and now we're paying $750K to Poff for what? Oh, I'm so glad Katie's on our side. Again, Quarterman, Pickney.
Well, she's not on our side. She's just a Canes fan.
You're right. You're right. I mean, you got McLeod, Quarterman, and Pickney. And I'm gonna go ahead and say this right now. I know this is we got a long way to go before we get to upgrade, downgrade.
No, we can't do it yet. Can't do it yet. Can't do it. You gotta wait.
Okay. I will. I will. All right. Then on the cornerback, you got Corn Elder and Michael Jackson. Safety, Rayshawn and Jaquan. I like that. Then you had Carter and Knowles, and then Colbert and Redwine. I'm sure that Redwine sounds familiar. But it didn't count because that was Golden's players, remember? All right, so looking at the 2016 schedule, Again, some of the names. Oh, here we go. Shad has something to say as he's cooking. Don't burn the SpaghettiOs, dude. Remember, fans were excited because we got a fullback because they said we needed to get back to physical football. Huh, sounds familiar. Okay, so looking at the schedule, Appalachian State. Miami is going to play Appalachian State. And actually, that's going to be the first meeting between the two schools. Of course, Notre Dame. Other than that, A&M and Atlantic. Now, again, these rankings are preseason. Uh-oh. Cuban, thanks. I'm used to being called otherwise. Look at that. Somebody thinking Cuban. Somebody better, you want to screenshot that one?
Yep,
not too
they
many
did
people.
already.
Some people don't like Cuban, but here he's welcome. Cuban's family here. All right. So really, compared to other schedules, this has basically been the norm. As you can see, no Clemson on the schedule this year, thank God. But, the usual suspects. And if you remember the title, 444, true Cane fans will know what we're talking about. All right. And that basically takes care of the preseason. All right. So, with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the games. All right, first up, Miami plays FAMU. I will say something different. This is something different. Miami is 9-1 all time against FAMU. Yes, Miami did lose to FAMU, but it was like way back when. All right, and as to be expected, Miami scored 170-3. Again, no disrespect to FAMU, but this is.
Well, can I do one education real quick?
Go ahead.
Just for the people that don't know, back in the day, FAMU and historically black schools had better talent than other schools. I'll put it that way. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know. No. Please,
just for people that don't know that, how that happened back then was the historically black schools had better players than, the big time Power 5 schools because black players are not allowed to play for other schools. I don't want to be racist here, but yeah. Just want to give a quick history lesson.
No. We need that. We need that's why I put a link for y'all to join is so we can have that type of information put out here, Yeah. And again, like I've said before, this is no disrespect to FAMU, but it was just Miami just had more firepower. But it hasn't always been like this when it came to FAMU, Bethune-Cookman versus Miami. And we're going to get to that. Just y'all hang in there for a few episodes. We're going to get into that. So yeah, it just like any other, Power 5, whatever, this is just kind of, that's why I think they need to have a preseason. They need to have probably a 2-week preseason for college football because, let's face it, FAMU and Bethunes and all them, they do this for the money. Okay. They get some nice money and it helps them out. But I'd like to see them have like a preseason, be honest with you, a couple of game preseason. Anyway, here's all the numbers. Really won't get into it. Miami had the 373 yards rushing to FAMU's 22. Passing, though. Passing is interesting. FAMU had 175. Miami had 150. But, of course, we'll get into it in just a second. Now, third down conversion. Now, FAMU was 4-16. Miami was 7-11. Miami was 1 of 1 on fourth down, which is kind of interesting. Kaya was 12 of 18. He did have 4, but he was sacked one time. He had 4 touchdowns, but he was sacked. And his longest pass was only 26 yards. So that speaks to FAMU. Rozier did get 3 attempts. He did complete 1 of them. You can see the rushing yards for everybody again. And you see the receiving yards for everybody. As far as the defensive stats, this is pretty interesting. Mr. Price did have a sack. He also had 2 tackles for loss, and also Mr. Gibbs for FAMU had a tackle for loss. As you can see, Miami, Jackson 2 sacks, Johnson for 1 sack. They did have 15 tackles for loss. Now, this brings us to your number 25. I got to have the announcer voice because Miami has cracked the top 25. Taking on the Florida Atlantic Owls. Now, in this series, Miami is 2-0. I thought that was pretty interesting, being 2016. This is only the 3rd time Miami has played them, which is probably because I don't know how long FAU has had a football team. But regardless of the fact, your number 25, 1-0 Miami Hurricanes take on the 1-0 Florida Atlantic Owls. And Miami comes out with a 38-10 win. It looks like Miami never really trailed. We'll look at the team numbers. Miami had the 8 more first downs. Of course, the rushing yards was just lopsided right here, as you can see, at 279 to 47. Now, this is interesting. The passing yards were pretty darn close. Again, I don't know if it was just the Miami mentality playing down to the opponent, but what in the world? But there were 2 interceptions by Miami, 17 to 31. Miami was only 4 of 11 on third downs. FAU was 4 of 20. Looking at the individual stats, yes, Brad Kaya did play the whole game. He was 17 of 31 with 2 interceptions, which is pretty, I'm not going to say disturbing, but it is, eyebrow raising. So Walton had 155 yards rushing and Yearby had 121 yards rushing. So, 279 yards rushing. I know it's FAU, but that's not too bad. As you can see, okay, Walton had 4 rushing touchdowns and Yearby had 1. There were no receiving touchdowns. The leading receiver was Coley with 38. Okay. As you can see, again, I know we've been talking about it, but I mean, you got 2, 4, 6, you got 8 different guys, or 10 different guys, 2, 6, 8. I'm sorry, 8 different guys. As soon as I learned how to count, 8 different guys touched the ball, which is something we really didn't see too much of this year. And I know we've talked about that. But as far as FAU, Mr. Howe had 75 yards rushing. Jason Driscoll, he was sacked 6 times. Mr. Daniel Parr was sacked 1 time. So that's 7 sacks altogether. Mr. Woods was the leading receiver out of everybody with 121 yards. You know, you would think they would probably kind of key in on that, but, you know, playing down to the opposition. All right, so looking at the defensive stats, FAU had 2 tackles for loss. We'll call him Nate. Mr. Nate, he had 1 for 6 return yards and interception, and Soro, Mr. Andrew, had an interception. For Miami, it's like everybody had fun with the sack brigade. They said they had 7 sacks. They had 13 tackles for losses for almost 50 yards. All right, here we go. Your number 25, Miami Hurricanes, 2-0, taking on the Appalachian State Mountaineers at 1-1. Now, one thing about this game, I remember, and if you know your college football history, Appalachian State's claim to fame was they were a Division II school that went to Michigan and beat them. You know, I'm sure everybody's seen the highlights of the blocked field goal. And, you know, this Appalachian State team, the week before they had played Tennessee pretty close. So this was at the time, this was the biggest to them. This was the biggest game they've ever had up there in Boone, North Carolina. And of course, you know, the talking heads were like, you know,
Lee Corso.
Miami gonna get beat. This is a game that, you know, yada 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 yada. You know, it's just one of those things. You know, anytime Miami's in a game like this, you know who they're gonna go for. Not Miami, because as you know, Miami really hasn't proven anything for a while. So
Has anything changed?
No, not really. That's why you only have like a 2-second thing in the NCAA 25. You know, if you want more time, be more successful. That's all I'm saying.
The offense changed around the Georgia Tech game, just like this year, our offense all of a sudden changed around this Georgia Tech game. So I don't know.
Yeah, like Katie says, when you see App State or Troy on the schedule, it's one of those oh shit moments. And yeah, I mean, because I remember this game vividly because I actually, this is one of the games I remember because I remember the oh crap, what's his name? Logan Bill or some crap like that. He was one of the Logan Bill. He was up in the crowd, and they were expecting Miami to lose. They were putting all their ducks, all their eggs in one basket to kind of hype up and get the views that Miami was going to lose this game.
Cuban don't know football.
No, you don't. But I'm glad you're here, though. We're here to educate you, sir. We're here to help you. All right. And unfortunately to them, Miami wins 45-10. One thing I do remember, as you can see, was that first play from Miami. The first Miami play.
Mark Walton.
Walton goes up the middle, off guard, off that right for 80 yards, untouched. Just boom, gone. I'm like,
and that crowd looked so funny. That crowd was like, oh shit.
it's like, oh crap, we were wrong. You know, and then of course the great thing about it was, you know, as you can see, Miami, you know, Coley had that 55-yard pass. You know, this is in the first quarter now. First quarter.
And this was it with those horrendous Adidas uniforms.
Yeah, the little feathers on the side.
The little feathers on the side.
Yes.
Horrendous.
Yes. So basically, I mean, you know, with, as you can see, with 121 left in the first, right there in the first, Coley hits that. Let me make that a little bigger for those in the back that can't see too good. So yeah, so Coley gets that 55-yard pass, and we're in the first quarter, mind you. First quarter. Miami's up 21-0, and then all of a sudden, you know, that's when ESPN changed their point of view. Now all of a sudden, you know, they start talking about Miami this, Miami that. Okay, you know, first it was, you know, Appalachian State's going to beat them because they beat Michigan. You know, but anyway, yeah, you know, going into the half, Miami's up, you know, 24-3. You know, App State had that 31-yard field goal at the half. But looking at the numbers though, they were pretty even on first downs. All right. The rushing yards weren't that much different because, again, you have to remember Walton had that 80-yard scamper to begin with. Okay. So I'm just telling you. But again, with that 80-yard run, it kind of skewed things a little bit. But here's the kicker. The passing. Look at this. 385 for Miami to 115 for App State. Okay. Kai, look at this. 22 of 28. I know he had the interception, but 22 of 28. You know, when's the last time we talked about this type of completion percentage, you know? App State was only 10 of 22. Now, of course, both teams had an interception, so it kind of negates each other, kind of cancels them out. Did have 3 passing touchdowns. And look at this right here. Total offensive yards. Miami had 549 to App State's 241. What's Katie say here? Mark Richt coached against Fulmer, Meyer, Spurrier, Saban, and won some and lost some. But Rick won the games he was supposed to.
I guess. He was supposed to win some 3 of these games in this season here we're about to discuss.
Hang on, we're getting to it. Patience, darling, patience. So, I mean, yeah. Miami was averaging on offense 9.3 yards a play, and App State was only 3.4. Excuse me. Was there any? Yeah. There was 2 fumbles by App State, but they didn't lose either one of them. Miami did not fumble the ball. All right, so let's look at our third down conversion. Miami was 6 of 11, but App State was 2 of 13. So, you know, not bad. Not bad at all. Now, App State did get 7 points off of a turnover, probably on the interception there. Looking at the individual stats, Walton, he had 16 rushes for 130. Of course, he did have the 80-yard run on the first play of Miami possession. And again, I don't say that to negate anything, but just to kind of keep it in perspective. Yearby, he had 30 yards. Walton had 2 touchdowns, and Yearby had a touchdown. And of course, Kaya was 21 of 27 with the interception, 368, 3 touchdowns. His longest was 62 yards, and he was sacked 1 time. Now, Rozier did get in the game. He was 1 of 1, so good for his numbers. It was
is he gonna be good later on?
I don't know. He's a golden player.
Okay.
So I don't think so. You know, he was it don't count for Rick. He was a golden player. So by 2024 logic, no, he's no good. He's trash. He's garbage. You know, he should transfer. Not my words, their words.
Now, see, Gus only get 4 carries, man. He had 100 and some yards last game.
And you're right. You're absolutely right. Now, again, I mean, he was coming off that foot injury, but again, when you're behind Yearby and Walton,
you see last game stats. All 3 running back had over 100.
Yes, you're right. But again,
watch what happened though. Oh,
I know. I know. And honestly, dude, I thought Edwards was going to be pretty good. I mean, he kind of ran kind of high, as they said, but still, he was big. He was
80-yarder to the house, 4.3 speed. See how long he lasted with the Baltimore Ravens.
Right. I mean, I thought Gus was going to be the next
pound back, and Yearby and Walton supposed to have been our little scat backs.
Right. Exactly. I think Gus would have been good in this
Mario,
power football. Yeah. I mean, because Gus was a pretty big kid, and he wasn't flashy. He wasn't really scat back, as you say. You know, it's funny because
he's the same build as Damian guy. 6'2", 230, run 11, track guy. Right.
Hey, you know what? I was going to get to this later on, but with Walton and Yearby, I was thinking, okay, so Yearby was doing so good that Walton comes in and does so good. I mean, what was the difference? And the only thing I could come up with is, Walton was kind of like, and y'all gonna probably say, what the hell am I thinking? But it's kind of like Walton was more of a Walter Payton type, and Yearby was more of a Barry Sanders. In other words, Walton, Yearby he was a little bit small, had a little bit more moves, a little bit quicker, but Walton was, he had some moves, but I mean, I don't know.
No, so Walton was more of a power.
Yes.
He was a combo back.
Yes.
Yearby was a third down shifty type of back.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
And then you had the Haitian guy, Gus. Gus was more a power back. So we had the combo back, third down, Travis Minor type of running back, and then you had the power back.
Exactly.
But see, I hate that power word, because in a 100-yard dash, Gus would probably beat both of them.
Yeah, but he was 40. No, I agree with you saying, but that's just the way that it was built, designed for the offense. It was for them to play those roles.
Problem, and that's why they got misused.
Right. It was like a three-headed monster. I mean, it was, to me, it's just my opinion, but it was like the best of all worlds with those three. You know, that's just, I mean, that's pretty good talent right there with Walton, Yearby, and Edwards. That's just my opinion. But we're going to get to that. We'll get to that. Okay, so Kaya was, like I said, he was 21 of 27 with one interception. He did have the 368 yards passing, 3 touchdowns. His longest pass was 62, and he was sacked 1 time. Amon, little freshman Richards. He had 4 receptions, 142 yards. There you go. Now his longest was 62. All right. So, but still, but this is a true freshman. Now, again, it was one of Golden's players, but still.
That leaves 3 for 80.
And then you got Coley with 85, Harris with 48. Coley did have 2 touchdowns. Njoku had 3 for 69 with a touchdown. Dobard 17, Barrios 13. Altogether, they had 385 yards for 3 touchdowns.
You the longest that 60-yard way, still 3 for 80. That's better.
Yeah.
Almost better than there. That lets you know what we had.
And then, of course, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 players got receptions. Now, Walton had a pass, but it was for a -1. But still, you had, 9 different guys get a reception. Shad says the talent was overhyped. Yeah. And of course, Katie, I'm trying not to ignore you, but I am reading stats here. Katie says Richt always put his quarterbacks in situations where they could succeed. Rozier once said when they would game plan, he could say, Coach, I don't think I can make that play, and Rick would change it up. I just hated that Rick got sick, or I wish Miami could have got Rick a lot sooner, but that's neither here nor there.
No, Rick's problem with his son. He wanted to pass down the coaching to his son.
Right, and that's going to probably be brought up in
next episode.
I say future episodes, but it's only spoiler alert. You ain't got but 2 more seasons with Rick. But anyway, looking at Appalachian State, Moore had 89 yards rushing. Cox had a little bit. Lamb was 10 of 21, 115, 1 touchdown, but he was sacked 3 times. Their leading receiver was Burns with 61. Let's see here. Defensively for Miami. So, Thomas and Quarterman, Mr. Shaquille, Sledgehammer Shaquille, they combined for a sack, plus Thomas had a sack on his own, and Mr. Elder had a sack. They also had 12 tackles for loss for 41 yards as a defense. Also, Mr. Smith did have an interception for Appalachian State. They did have a sack by Mr. Boggs, and then they had 3 total tackles for loss for 10 yards. All right. Now, here we are. Miami and Georgia Tech. Your number 14. That's right.
That damn school, Georgia Tech.
Number 14. Miami has moved up to number 14. Top 15 school. They are 2-0. Uh-oh. Katie's dissing people. Hang on. What we got here, Katie? Talk to me. Katie says, I got a diss on saying players being the last coach's guys. You take a job, they are your guys. Exactly.
She doesn't know what she's talking about. I'm sorry.
I know. She's not a true Canes fan. She was in the papoose while we were watching all this. She don't know what she's talking about. But yeah, you're right. You're right, Katie. You're absolutely right. It's just the excuse makers. That's the first thing they say. You know. So that's why I'm making a point to say Golden, you know, Rick's playing with golden talent. Hey, that's pretty cool. Rick's playing with golden talent. Anyway, so your now top 15, number 14, Miami Hurricanes, 2-0, taking on the 3-1, 1-1 Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets in Atlanta. Now, I will say this, Miami is only 10-11 all time versus Georgia Tech. I thought that was a misprint, but I double checked, and yes, Miami does have a losing record to Georgia Tech.
Wow.
What kind of tipsy-turvy universe do we live in?
Something I told Studio would just, well,
Again, no disrespect to Georgia Tech, but wow. I mean, first off, Miami and Georgia Tech have played 21 times prior to this game. And Georgia Tech has a winning record against Miami, 11-10. Now, I'm sure a lot of it was back in the whatever, but that's interesting. That is interesting.
1 second. Georgia Tech won a national championship, right? In the 90s?
Nah, that was in 90. I think they tied with Colorado.
I know they knocked off Florida State a couple times. They was a thorn in Florida State a few times too.
But they have a national championship, right?
Yeah, I want to say back in 1990, they tied they were co-champions with Colorado, I thought.
Yeah.
Or were they were, I want to say it was 1990. That's all I can say. Because I'm like, Georgia Tech, really? These chumps, you know, of course,
it's in Atlanta. So
yes,
that's if Dion would have gone to Georgia Tech, then I would have been a little bit worried because that would have been scary.
All right. Katie says Rick was extremely loyal to his staff. He rode heat at UGA because he took so long to fire Willie Martinez. I'm going to take your word for it, Miss Katie, because I don't know anything about Georgia football history. Don't really
he didn't
care.
He took a while to fire Willie and Bobo.
Yeah. I mean, I'm doing good just to try to stay abreast of Miami football history because, you know, I'm not a true fan. I just read books. I just do PDFs. No, that's a good thing. That's you know, it's that kind of coincides with Golden and D'Onofrio. You know, if Golden would have either put a boot up D'Onofrio's ass or said, "Hey, dude, we can't do it like this." I mean, numbers don't lie. You know, I'm just going by the numbers. What's Katie say? Georgia Tech has had some past glory days and good coaches. I mean, yeah. I mean, again, you know, they doing this triple option. You know. All right, so let's get into this game. And Miami pulls it out 35-21. As you can see, and we're going to get to this, Quarterman had the fumble recovery, return for a touchdown, and then Jackson on the next series for Georgia Tech, same thing. Thought that was pretty cool. Back to back, you know. And of course, with the triple option that Georgia Tech was running, it was the triple option. And then, of course, as you can see, Coley had the 31-yard pass from Kaya. Oh, wait a minute. Shad says Miami history started in 2022. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm going to have to say you're wrong. Mr. Shad 1419, Miami football history started in 2017. Maybe 2016 if you're hardcore Miami football fan. But most people, 2017. But I understand where you're coming from. Okay. So looking at the team stats, let me bring that up a little bit there. First downs. Miami had 18. Georgia Tech had 22. Rushing. Of course, Georgia Tech had that triple option. They had the 267 to Miami's 114. And as expected, Miami had 241 yards passing to Georgia Tech's 94. More from the Shad guy. At this point, I believe the administration told Golden they weren't going to pay Dino buyout. Okay. I think that could be, may have to have a round table on that one, buddy.
Is he an insider? Does he know?
He must be. So this is interesting. As far as passing, Miami was only 13 of 19. Georgia Tech was 11 of 19. That is interesting because I can't tell you the last time I remember Miami and Georgia Tech having the same amount of passing attempts. Okay. But again, with Georgia Tech and the triple option, they ate up some clock. I mean, they can go like 80 yards with a field goal in like a quarter and a half. Now total offensive yards. Miami had 355 to Georgia Tech's 361. Third down convert. Make sure I got the right column here. Yes. Okay. Miami, 1 of 7 on third down conversion. Georgia Tech was 3 of 12. So there wasn't much third down conversion going on this game, people. Thank God. Thank God we had those 2 fumble recoveries returned for touchdowns. Let's be honest. All right. What am I looking for? Fumbles. Yes. See that right here. Georgia Tech had 3 fumbles. They lost 2 of them, in which those 2 were turnovers, and they got their 14 point. Miami got 14 points off of that. So, yeah, you take those two touchdown, fumble recovery touchdown returns. It seems like we say the same thing about Georgia Tech and Miami every year. You know that? It just seems like it. What's Shad say? Shad says, at this point, I believe the administration told Golden they weren't going to pay. Wait a minute. I just said that, didn't I? Sorry about that.
It's too late for you? Time to go to bed?
No. I thought.
Yeah, you repeated it.
I'm trying to do these stats and make sure I don't ignore Miss Katie because, a couple of episodes ago, I really didn't pay attention to Miss Katie and she was putting some good stuff up there. But anyway, oh no, we're good. We're good. All right, so rushing. All right, Guru. Yearby. He had 65, Walton 44, and Mr. Edwards only 7. Kaya was 13 of 19. 241, a touchdown. His longest pass was 48 yards. Coley had 4 receptions for 75 and a touchdown. Herndon, the tight end, look at this, tight end, was the second leading receiver with 59 yards. Richards had 43. You only had 6 different players this time touch the ball, but they
That's
did
bad
have
when your second leading receiver only had 2 catches.
exactly. But
I wonder how many of those 1 and 7 third down, how many of them was short yardage? Because obviously you didn't give it to your power back.
apparently not. And of course, with Georgia Tech, triple option, everybody, you got like 3 or 4 guys, 5 guys here. 98, 58, 40, 34, 18 yards rushing. That's just their bread and butter. Thomas was 11 of 19. He did have an interception. He only had 94 yards passing. He had a touchdown, but he was sacked 4 times. All right. Yeah, we talked about receiving. Yeah. Okay. So defensively, Harris had 2 sacks. Pickney had a sack. Jackson had a sack. So they had 4 sacks altogether. And then you had 8 tackles for loss. And Pickney had the interception with, if I'm not mistaken, that was near the end of the game in the 4th quarter. Pickney got the pick off and basically kind of, I don't want to say sealed the game, but that was basically it. Forgot about that. All right. For Georgia Tech, no sacks. They had 3 tackles for losses. All right. Now, here we go again.
Oh, shit.
Your number 10. Miami is top 10 again. 4-0. 1-0 in ACC play.
I remember this stupid ass game.
Taking on number 23.
Could we skip this? Could we play college football video?
I remember this. I was watching this in the living room. The highs, the lows. Oh, we're going through this.
Could we sim the final 4, the final,
Nope.
2 minutes of the game?
Nope.
Or after the field goal?
This one we switched to an RPO offense.
This is when I got pissed off.
We switched to an RPO. I was like, what's going on? Why are we doing this RPO mess?
Go ahead, Jordan. Go ahead. Piss everybody off. Do what you do best.
Hey, I told y'all when we started this journey, we got to trudge forward. Now, remember, this wasn't Mark Richt's fault. He was playing with golden players. Okay. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Miami, number 10 in the country, 4-0, taking on number 23, the 3-2 Florida State Seminoles, 0-2 in the ACC. I was feeling pretty confident about this game until, that's right, Florida State wins 20-19. Basically, blocked extra point. And that was basically it. But we're going to get into the in-betweens. All right. And we're going to kind of dive into this one a little bit more than the other games. So y'all just hang on for a second.
2 people have punchable faces, Jimbo and Dabo Sweeney.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so first downs, it was basically the same except for the rushing yards. Miami had, first off, before this game started, Miami was leading the series 31-29, but Miami had lost the last 6. So now Miami has a 7-game losing streak to Florida State. I had to throw that out there. Sorry. All right. So rushing. Florida State had 167 to Miami 62. Passing was pretty much equal. Both quarterbacks had an interception. They both had 2 passing touchdowns. Fumbles. Florida State had 2 fumbles, but they didn't lose any of them. Miami had no fumbles. Make that a little bigger for you. Third down conversion. Florida State was 9 of 17, but Miami was 4 of 13. Now, I want to go a little deeper into this game. Wait a minute. What we got here, Katie? Katie says, hey, being a Miami fan, I got to call 20-19 a moral victory. Now you're starting to understand.
How now, are we 4-0 and they 2-3?
Exactly. Now, we're going to go a little bit in depth in this game. I was
a cocky Canes fan with man.
What? You? Okay. All right. So some things I want to highlight here. Like I said, the rushing yards, the total offensive yards, the penalties. Miami had, I know I'm probably backtracking, but we're kind of doing this to get where we need to go here. Miami had 10 penalties for 110 yards. Florida State had the 8 for 77. Time of possession. Look at this. Fourth quarter. Florida State had it for 10 minutes in the fourth quarter. Miami had it for 4 minutes in the fourth quarter. Looking at the stats, and then I'm going to get into some more in-depth situations here. Dalvin Cook. Okay. He had that 59-yard pass, which I don't know. There it is right here. That was like in the third quarter, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. But, Walton had 39 yards rushing, Yearby 39. Kaya was sacked 3 times. He had 2 touchdowns. Of course, Dalvin had 150 yards rushing on 27 attempts. His longest was 54. Francois, the quarterback. I know y'all remember that dude. He was 20 of 31 for 234 and 2 touchdowns. His longest was 59 yards. Now, what I want to get into, I'll go ahead and give you the defensive stats before we get into the gist of this. For Florida State, they had 3 sacks. Noddy, Pugh, and Sweat. They all had sacks. And, of course, Florida State had 7 tackles for loss. For Miami, Thomas had a sack. Jackson and Willis combined for a sack. They did have 6 total tackles for loss. And Johnson had the interception. All right. Now, what the hell happened in this game? Bear with me. I'm getting to it. All right. So I thought I highlighted it. Where's the highlights? Where are my highlights? All right. So, yeah, Miami's up 10-0. Miami's up 13-0 at the half. All right. So, do second quarter. Give me to the third quarter. Come on. Here we go. So, we start the second half. All right. And, Florida State gets the ball back. They basically go 3 and out. Miami, they get the ball back. You got a 3-yard rush, a pass for 12 yards to Richards. Coley gets a pass for 2 yards, but you have a targeting penalty on Thomas for Florida State. All right. They're kind of driving down the field. And, of course, we have an interception. Miami gets down to the 18 of Florida State. And we throw an interception. Let me make that a little bigger for you.
I know that used to piss me off. We refused to run the ball when we were supposed to run the ball. He gonna make us relive this, Cuban. I know.
I don't like Jordan.
I know, but for people like Miss Katie, who was like in the stroller, I don't know, she may have been walking by now, but we have to do this. So,
What's the purpose, man?
Well, we got to do it. And then, after that, Florida State takes the ball, goes right down the field.
I'm sorry, Joe. I want to be a current Canes fan. Why are we going over this? Doesn't make any sense. This is stupid. We should only talk about the positive stuff.
You're right. You're absolutely right. So anyway, so we're still in the third quarter. Miami is still up 13-10. This is the number 10. Still third quarter. This is the number 10 team in the country, Miami Hurricanes, undefeated. 4-0. All right. And then, I meant to go back up here. So at that interception, Florida State does their thing, and this is where that 59-yard pass to Dalvin went. I think it was off the right side of the line. But what I'm getting at is, Miami had the opportunities. Oh Lord, Katie says she was 12 years old in 2016. Oh my gosh, she was still in pigtails and braces, probably. Anyway, so Florida State scores it, and then Miami gets the ball, and guess what? 3 and out. They start at the 13 of Miami, they get to the 15. All right, so Florida State gets the ball. All right, and they just go right down the field, score a touchdown at 17-13. Now, Miami gets the ball back. Okay, they go right down the field. You had a personal foul, and then Walton. This is the crazy part. Mark Walton rushed for a 45-yard touchdown, but it was called back for a holding penalty. Miami could have been up 20-17. I'm not saying would have, could have, should have, but
and there was a face mask on that play too.
Yes. Thank you,
man. Jordan, I respectfully F you, Jordan.
Hey man, don't F me, man. F this. I mean, and then get to the fourth quarter. Miami's only down 20-13. Okay. And where is it at? Where's my play-by-play? Basically, what I'm getting to is, come on. All right, so we're starting at, so Miami's up 20, Florida State's up 20-13. Miami gets the ball with 9 minutes left. they punted away. Florida State gets the ball. And then Carter gets penalty for targeting. He's ejected. Now, Florida State ends up punting the ball. All right. Barrios returns it 43 yards. 43-yard punt return. All right. I mean, we're like under 3 minutes left in the game. So Miami starts the drive with 3 minutes left. At the Florida State 16. Okay. And I remember this clear as it happened 5 seconds ago. Kaya hit that pass to Coley at the corner of the end zone. Oh my gosh. Dude. I'm like, sweet. And then guess what happens?
I don't know. You
line up for the extra point, and it got blocked. I'm like, oh my God. Because it was such a good, I mean, it was a back and forth game. Miami should have won by like 14, 17 points, but would have, could have, should have. But it's like they had their chance. They drove down. I'm like, and they missed the extra point. I'm like, you sons of bitches. But I guess that's what happens when you have golden players on the field. So we blame that on golden players. That's the 2024 mentality, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's still in the culture.
You know? So, we went over all this. So, yeah, it was just Miami had their opportunity to win. Okay? There was opportunities to do it. Uh-oh. Y'all ready for this? Are y'all ready? We're going to add to the stage. We got Panay Paid. How you doing, Panay Paid?
What's going on?
Well, we were told that you may stop by. At least we weren't lied to.
Just here for the festivities.
Oh, there's plenty of it. All right, so the next game, you're now number 16 Miami Hurricanes, 4-1, 1-1 in ACC play, taking on the 4-2, 2-1 North Carolina Tar Heels. And prior to this game, Miami is only 9-10 against UNC. I know that sounds crazy, but yeah, Miami prior to this game, in the last 19 meetings, Miami has only won 9 and lost 10 against North Carolina, a basketball school.
We're a basketball school too.
I know, but back then, back then. So, I hate to push this button. I hate to push it, but we're going to do it. And my North Carolina wins 20-13. And of course, during this game, the 2001 team was honored at halftime because, it's the 15-year reunion. So you got all these cats from the 2001 team, which by most people's standard is the greatest team of all time, not only in Miami history, but in NCAA history. And you lose a friggin' game at home. One thing I do remember looking at the highlights is, from what I saw, there really wasn't many adjustments made in the second half. As you can see, North Carolina jumped up to a 20-3 lead. At halftime, all Miami had was a field goal. And I was going to get in depth about all this, but again, Miami had their chance.
I can see having to miss no letdown at the last game.
Yeah, and well, the thing is, it's the same thing. The Florida State, the North Carolinas, the Georgia Techs, the Virginia Techs, Virginias. The common denominators. So yeah, North Carolina had like 6 more first downs. North Carolina had more rushing yards. Trubisky had more passing yards. Now, North Carolina did throw it 46 times. Miami threw it 32 times. There were no interceptions. North Carolina did have 2 touchdowns. Miami had a fumble, and they lost one of them. Now, time of possession. If you look in this third quarter, North Carolina had 11 and a half minutes to Miami's 3.5 minutes. Third down conversion. North Carolina was 14 of 23, but Miami was only 4 of 15. I mean, it seems like we say this every time. If Miami could convert at least 3 to 7 more third downs, could be a different story. I'm just saying. Here we go. As far as the stats go, Walton had 24 carries for 82 yards. Yearby had 10 for 74. He had a touchdown and the longest run of 42 yards. Like I said, Kaya was 16 of 31, 224, and 2 sacks. Njoku had 4 receptions for 82. Richards had 2 for 55. Herndon 2 for 48. No touchdown receptions. Looking at North Carolina, Logan had 84 yards rushing. Their second leading rusher was the quarterback. Go figure. Trubisky was 33 of 46 for, we're going to say 300 yards. His longest was 49. He had 2 touchdowns and a sack. Mr. Howard had 10 receptions for 156. And then Hollins had that 1 for 49, but it was mostly Mr. Howard catching the ball. All right, so for North Carolina, Carney and Bart had the 2 sacks, and they had 3 tackles for loss. For Miami, Elder had a sack, and Miami had 9 tackles for loss for 31 yards. Now, I was going to go into depth of this game, but since y'all couldn't handle the Florida State, we're not going to get into North Carolina. But basically, they had their chance, but blew it. Also, with this game, let me go back. I hate to go back, but with Kaya doing 224 yards passing, he did move up to number 4 all time in yardage for Miami. Number 4 all time. All right. Come on. Zoom out. There we go. Now, we have a Thursday night game. unranked Miami at 4-2, 1-2 in ACC, taking on 4-2, 2-1 in the ACC, Virginia Tech in Blacksburg, Virginia. Thursday night, ESPN in Blacksburg. Need I say more? But I'm going to. I'm going to say more. It was horrible. You know, and the crazy thing is Miami is 20-13 all time against Virginia Tech. Prior to this game, Miami did have a 2-game winning streak, but Virginia Tech erased that very quickly. Virginia Tech did pull out the victory 37-16. Basically, Virginia Tech jumped out to a 3-0 lead. Miami got it to 3-3. But come second quarter, another field goal, and Virginia Tech never really looked back. They broke it open in the third quarter. And looking at the numbers, Virginia Tech had 28 first downs to Miami's 15. Now, Miami was 3 of 15 on third down. Virginia Tech was 4 of 13, so that didn't play too much in it. But total offense, Virginia Tech had 523 yards. Come on, Diaz. Tighten that defense up, damn it. Miami had 365. Now, passing, 23 of 38 for 323, but Virginia Tech was 22 of 34 for 272. Did have one interception thrown by Miami. Now, here's the tail of the tape. Virginia Tech had 251 yards rushing, while Miami only had 42. And there's a reason for that. Interception. If I'm not mistaken, Kaya was sacked 8 times. That's right. I said 8 times.
We would have had 7 to 8 guys in blocking. We would have never surrendered 8 sacks.
This is true. And basically, Virginia Tech, as you can see, rushing, Yearby had 59 yards rushing. Walton had 38. And, of course, with the 8 sacks, Kaya had the minus 55, which brought it down to 42 yards rushing for Miami. And basically, Virginia Tech forced them to pass. They basically played for the run.
If we would have had Coach Mirabal, we would have never had those sacks.
Oh, most definitely. I agree. That offensive line of 2023 would not have allowed that.
1 second, was Panay Sewell at Oregon at this time?
2020. Would you like to answer that, Panay? In 2016?
Yes.
So you're at Oregon, sir?
Oh, wait a minute. No, he wasn't, because he got drafted in 2019. So he got there in 2017.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. He was still in high school. Now, on a positive, okay, let's see here. Like I said, passing, Kaya was 23 of 38, 323, 2 touchdowns and interception. And with that 323 yards passing, Kaya has moved to number 3 all time. But it still doesn't negate the loss on a Thursday night in Blacksburg. Jared Evans for Virginia Tech was 21 of 33 for 259 and 2 touchdowns. Sam Rogers, he threw a pass for 13 yards for a touchdown, which was not helpful. Now, Mr. McMillan had 18 carries for 131. Jared Evans, the quarterback, ran for 98 yards and a touchdown. Surprise, surprise. A mobile Virginia Tech quarterback. Never seen that before. As far as receiving goes from Miami, Richards, 3 receptions for 78. Njoku, 3 for 69. Coley, 5 for 49. Herndon and Barrios had the 2 receiving touchdowns from Miami. Was that a Beamer Foster? Yep. Yes, it was. Let's see here. As far as Virginia Tech receiving, as you can see, Rogers 72, Hodges 66, Phillips 60. Who cares? It looks like Herndon was the fumble. It doesn't matter. Now, as far as the defense goes, I had to make this myself. It looks like Carter was the leading tackler with 11. As far as tackles for loss, looks like Miami had 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 tackles for loss. Joe Jackson had a sack, and Kendrick Norton and Rocky McIntosh. Let's see here. Edmonds had the interception for Virginia Tech, and I'm just not going to get into all that. They just came out and kicked Miami's ass defensively. They came after him. All right. Now, your now 4-3 Miami Hurricanes take on the 2-5. That's right, 2-5 Notre Dame Fighting Irish at South Bend. Now, I'm going to commentate while I turn the page here on my notebook. You would think, okay, yeah, it's 2-5 Notre Dame. They ain't worth a shit. Now, Miami, in this series, Miami is only 7-17-1 against Notre Dame. Of course, you know, Notre Dame's been playing football since the 1400s, but it is what it is. All right, let's rip the Band-Aid off, shall we? Miami loses 30-27. Miss Ellen, you're going to have to give spoiler alerts. I'd appreciate it if you don't give away future episodes. Okay. Now, I know most people know what happened in 2017 because that's where their Miami fandom started. But please, for the sake of everybody here, please, spoiler alert, don't give away the ending. Oh my gosh. So, yeah. Notre Dame jumps out, as you can see, to a 20-7 lead. Miami makes it interesting. Oh my gosh, Miss Ellen, I know that's funny, huh? I mean, at halftime, it's 20-14. But then, you know, Miami comes back, they get the field goal, get another field goal, they tie it up, and then, you know, Jackson gets the fumble recovery. I believe it was on a punt. I mean, I could go into in depth on what happened here, but I believe I believe they had one fumble recovery on a punt. I think Travis Homer may have recovered. Anyway, Notre Dame messed up a punt. They muffed it, the reception. They recovered it, got a touchdown. You know, Miami scores. It's 27-27, and then Notre Dame just goes right on down the field and kicks a field goal to win it. That's, you know, they had their chance. Miami had the chance. As you can see, first downs, Miami and Notre Dame were tied at 20 apiece. Rushing. This was the killer. Miami had 18 yards rushing. 18. Oh, what'd she say? You saved me a rebuke from... Notre Dame had the 148, so yeah, they definitely outrushed us. But passing wasn't really that far off. I mean, you're talking 288 to 263, 26 of 42 with an interception, 25 of 38 for Notre Dame. Total offense was about 100 yards off because of the rushing. Now, I think this was a tail. Where's it at? Let's see here. Yeah. The third quarter, I guess they made some adjustments at the Miami locker room because it seemed to turn around, and Miami did have the time of possession in the third quarter. Third down conversions, Miami was 7 of 19, but Notre Dame was 8 of 16. Now, this was also an issue too. Notre Dame had 5 sacks. Not good. Not good at all. Individual stats. Walton had 45 yards rushing. He did have a touchdown. His longest was 16 yards. Like I said, Kaya, 26 of 42 with an interception, 288 yards. He had a touchdown, but he was sacked 5 times. Now, of course, if Maribel was the offensive line coach, Kaya would have never been touched. But it is what it is. Coley led the receiving brigade with 7 catches for 81 yards. Richards had 3 for 51. And Njoku had 4 for 45 and a touchdown. For Notre Dame, Adams had 94 yards rushing. Kaiser 31, who is the quarterback, who went 25 of 38 for 263, 2 touchdowns, and he had a sack. As you can see, Notre Dame just kind of spread the ball around. St. Brown and Hunter both had receiving touchdowns. St. Brown was the leading receiver. No. Stefferson was the leading receiver, 2 for 78. Again, I'm not going to go into the in-depth portion of it. There's no need making it worse than it is. Quarterman had the sack. Miami had 4 tackles for loss. For Notre Dame, Niles Morgan had 2 sacks. Jones had a sack. Rochelle had a sack. Baleo had a sack. They had 12 tackles for loss altogether. And Luke had the interception. All right. Now, Miami, you're 4-4. Miami Hurricanes 1-3. That's right, 1-3 in the ACC. Take on the 5-3, 2-2 Pitt Panthers.
We don't lose for a long time now.
Shh. Shh. Again, if y'all aren't going to use spoiler alerts, I'm going to have to put you in timeout. Okay, because some people don't know what happened in 2016. A lot of folks only know what happened from 2017 till now. You're spoiling it.
Got it.
All right, so Miami is just, I mean, they're on a 4-game losing streak. Now, if you're paying attention, the title 4-4-4, is it starting to make sense to y'all? I hope it is. All right, so 5-3 Pitt comes to 4-4 Miami. Hey, guess what? Miami comes out and puts, as the cool kids say, the 50 burger on them. Miami wins 51-28. Now, with this victory, Miami is now 25-10-1 against Pittsburgh. That's right. They did tie at one time. It was a little close there in the second, but then it just, never really was that close. The first downs were even. Rushing yards, Miami outgained them by about 48, 50 yards. Rushing, passing, Miami actually had 47 attempts. That's pretty high. But they had 356 yards passing to Pittsburgh's 287. Total offense, you had 417 for Pittsburgh, 534 for Miami. So, I mean, it was not too far off. Now, Miami did have 8 penalties for 71 yards. Pittsburgh had 5 for 25. What's going on with that? Third down conversion. Miami was 6 of 14. I'm sorry. Pittsburgh was 6 of 14 and Miami was 8 of 16. So, I mean, they were, 50% on third down. So, I mean, it's not too bad. All right, so looking at the individual stats, Walton had 125 yards rushing. Yearby had 28. Kaya, 17. Edwards only had 10. Walton and Kaya had the 2 rushing touchdowns. Kaya was 32 of 47 for 356. He had 4 touchdowns, but he was sacked 1 time. Richards, the freshman, had 8 receptions for 144. Coley had 59 yards with 2 touchdowns. Njoku, 86 with 2 touchdowns. For Pittsburgh, a little bit of something for everybody on rushing. Connor had the lone rushing touchdown. Peterman was 17 of 35 with the interception. 2 touchdowns, 287 yards passing with a sack. Leading receiver was Way, okay. 115 yards with the touchdown. Aston had 56 for Pittsburgh and a touchdown. Defense. Edwards had the sack for Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh had 4 tackles for losses. Mr. Harris had the sack for Miami, and Miami had 6 tackles for loss. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Here we go. Miami is at 5-4, 2-3 in ACC play, taking on 2-7, 1-4 Virginia in Charlottesville. Now, Miami is only 7-6 all time against Virginia. That's crazy. 7-6 against Virginia all time. And Miami pulls out the victory. They fell behind 7-0 in the first, but they kind of came back. It was kind of a balance attack. Now I will say Virginia had 4 fumbles in the second half, and with the victory, Miami is bowl eligible. How about that? Also, well, I'll get to this in a second. As you can see, Mr. Richards had a 77-yard touchdown pass in the third quarter. All right, first downs. Miami had 6 more than Virginia. Now, this is impressive. Miami had 222 yards rushing to Virginia's 82. Passing was pretty close. You're looking at about a 221 yard. You're looking at a 21-yard difference. Miami was 14 of 29 with the interception in passing. Virginia, 19 of 34. Fumbles, like I said. Now, Miami had a fumble and they lost it. And Virginia had 4 fumbles and they lost all 4. Now, Virginia had 10 penalties for 110 yards. When's the last time Miami was a visiting team in the ACC or any conference play? Miami was not the leading penalty team. That's crazy. Third down, Miami 6 of 15. Virginia was 9 of 17. Not the greatest, but, about the same. And let's see here. I will say this is interesting. They had 5 sacks for Miami. Virginia had 1, I think. Yes. I was right. All right, so Walton had 111 yards rushing on 16 carries. And Mr. Studio, you'll be happy to know, Gus Edwards had 68 yards rushing on 11 attempts, second leading rusher. Yearby had 53. Walton and Yearby had the rushing touchdowns. Mr. Kaya, 14 of 29 with the interception. He had 2 touchdowns and a sack. Richards was the leading receiver with 100 yards on 3 receptions and a touchdown. And Njoku, 3 receptions, 16 yards and a touchdown. Lewis had 50 yards. Coley, 39. Walton, 11. All right. Mizell was basically the runner. He had 22 attempts at 89 yards. Reed, he had a paltry 21. All right, so passing. Ben Kirk was 16 of 27 for 143 and a touchdown, but he was sacked 5 times. And then this Johns dude was 3 of 7 for 64. Zacchaeus was their leading no, I take that back. Dowling was their leading receiver with 77 yards. Eldridge had Virginia's only receiving touchdown. Defensively for Miami, those 5 sacks we talked about, Jenkins, Thomas, Elder, and Quarterman all had sacks. McIntosh and Jackson joined in together for a sack. Miami had 9 tackles for loss. Yeah, okay. Brown had a sack for Virginia. Virginia had 4 tackles for loss. And Kaiser had the 1 interception for Virginia. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Katie letting it all show. Katie says Mario has been exposed as a game day dumbass. Mario is done when we fire him. Oh, wait a minute. She says,
I disagree.
the bar is a winner. Bama will never hire Mario. Never hire Mario. They'll back up the Brinks truck for Kiffin. Ooh, I think Katie getting a little feisty early in the morning here. I like this. I like that. Katie getting feisty. I think we're rubbing off on her. All right, so here we are. You're 6-4. Miami Hurricanes. They are 3-3 in the ACC. Travel to Raleigh, North Carolina. Take on North Carolina State. 5-5, 2-4 in conference. Now, Miami is 8-5-1 all time against NC State. All right. And Miami wins 27-13. Let's see here. Miami has had 6 more first downs than State, 24-18. Rushing was basically kind of close. I mean, Miami had a 10-yard advantage on rushing. Passing, 286 to 210 in yardage. Miami to North Carolina State. 22 of 38. NC State 20 of 44. NC State did have the interception. NC State also had a fumble they lost, so that was 2 turnovers. Third down conversions. Miami was 5 of 14, but NC State was 5 of 17. So it kind of washed out a little bit. Red zone scores, the chances 3 of 4 for both teams. Now, Mr. Walton, 19 rushes for 120, 3 touchdowns, and with those 120 yards for Walton, he broke the 1,000-yard mark. So Mark Walton has become a 1,000-yard rusher for Miami. Oh, what'd you say here? Oh, Katie picking on Studio now. At Studio, damn right I want him gone. If you like being 3rd, 4th, 5th in ACC, Mario's the guy. As long as Dabo, Norvell, Dorn, and Braum are in ACC, Mario won't win squat. Man, Katie getting feisty early in the morning. Like that. Okay, so like I said, Walton had the 120 yards rushing. He did crack the 1,000-yard mark. Kaya, 22 of 38, 286 yards. His longest pass was 51 yards, but he was sacked twice. Now, the other thing, in Edwards, 9 receptions for 117 yards. With that, Mr. Richards broke Michael Irvin's freshman receiving records of 840 yards. Congratulations to Mr. Richards. That's another reason why we thought that he was going to be the next best thing. Njoku had 6 receptions for 72. Coley, 54. As far as NC State goes, Days had 76 yards rushing and a touchdown. Finley, 20 of 44, interception, 210 yards. Leading receiver was Lewis with 7 yards for NC State. Coach Katie would have taken a knee. Ooh, girl feeling good on early Sunday morning, boy. All right, defensively, again, Miami had no sacks, but they did have 4 tackles for loss. NC State had 2 sacks, Roseboro and Chubb. Altogether, NC State had 5 tackles for losses. Now, here we go. Final game of the season. Final game of the 26th season. Your 7-4, 4-3 in the ACC Miami Hurricanes take on the 4-7, 1-6 in ACC play Duke Blue Devils. Yeah, this has all the recipe of being a disaster. Now, Miami is 11-2 all time prior to this game against Duke. Let's peel the Band-Aid. And Miami wins 40-21. I will say this is the first time Miami has won the last 4 games of the season since 2002. Let that sink in for just a moment. This is the first time that Miami football team has won the last 4 games in a row since 2002. That's that's 14, 15 years. That is crazy. Crazy. All right. So, first downs, basically, Miami got 2 more. Now, rushing, Miami basically outrushed Duke by almost 100 yards. Almost 100 yards. Passing. It was pretty close, but here's the kicker. Duke attempted 50 passes. 50. That's crazy. Total offense, Miami did outgain them altogether. Open this up a little bit here. Fumbles, Miami had a fumble, but nobody lost it. There was actually no turnovers, believe it or not. Third down conversion, 7 of 15 for Duke. Miami was only 4 of 12. Wow. Only 4 of 12. But Miami was 1 of 1 on 4th down. That really doesn't matter. All right. So, Walton had 60 yards rushing. Edwards, 55. Looks like Mr. Rozier got a little action on one play for 46. Probably a design play. So, Kaya, 22 of 35 for 396, 4 touchdowns. And with that performance, Brad Kaya becomes the number 1 lead. He becomes the number 1 passing yardage leader in Miami history. So, congratulations to Mr. Kaya. As you know, just a few episodes ago, Mr. Duke Johnson became the number 1 rusher. Now we have the number 1 passer. But, I mean, we really didn't have much talent. Again, Kaya was a Golden player. Doesn't count for Golden, for Rick. So, anyway, So Coley had 118 yards with a touchdown. Walton had 46 yards receiving with a touchdown. And Njoku 134 yards receiving with 2 touchdowns. As far as Duke goes, Wilson had 56 yards rushing. Jones was 34-50 for 316, but he was sacked 3 times, but he did have 3 touchdowns. Rahming was the leading receiver for Duke with 117. Lloyd and Young had 2 receiving touchdowns for Duke. Oh, what's Katie? Katie says Rhett Lashley is already a better head coach than Mario. Oh my gosh. I think we're rubbing off on Katie. I think we're rubbing off. She's being a little, she's starting to get a little sassy early in the morning here. For Duke, they had no sacks, but they did have 6 tackles for loss. For Miami, Norton had a sack and Jackson had 2 sacks. Altogether, Miami had 4 tackles for losses. All right. And that concludes the 2016 regular season, in which Miami finishes 8-4. A lot of would've, could've, should've, but we're not going to get into that because Miami is going bowling. That's right. Miami is going bowling. They're going to the Russell Athletic Bowl at Camping World Stadium in Orlando. Your 8-4 Miami Hurricanes take on the 10-2 West Virginia Mountaineers. Katie has something for Cuban here. Katie says, Cuban, my Miami diploma won't say 5 rings. People will see it and think Harvard of the South. I guess you heard that, Cuban. All right. So here we go. Another bowl game for Miami. This is, let's see what happened. How about that? Miami wins a bowl game. The first time since 2006, Miami has won a bowl game. 10 years. Wow. And if you remember correctly, that was the MPC Micron Computer Bowl, whatever the hell it was. Yeah, this was the first bowl win for Miami since 06. That is crazy.
This is going to sound weird, but this is when I was like, I don't want Manny to be here for a while. Because when we won this bowl game, he would take that stupid trophy to other players' homes, to recruits' homes. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing with this stupid trophy? So,
Yeah,
for all you people that say that I'm a Manny fan, this is where I started not to like Manny.
I have to admit, that's pretty bad when you take the Russell Athletic Bowl trophy to recruits. That's wow.
Yeah.
Now, one thing crazy about this game, in the first 5 possessions of the game, Miami was 3 and out. And the first 6 possessions ended in punts for Miami. But when Kaya hit Amon Richards for this 51-yard pass, it was like a light bulb went off in these kids' heads. I mean, it was like a whole different ball game. And I don't know if y'all seen the highlight of that Amon Richards touchdown pass. I want to say he ended up getting by like 4. I think it was like 4 defenders for West Virginia. But regardless of the fact, when that touchdown, after that, it was like a whole different team. You know. Uh-oh. What's Katie got? Katie's on the roll here. She says, I'll bet you right now UF throws the kitchen sink at Cam and he'll turn the ball over. Oh, Lord. I think Katie's done. I think Katie's getting excited. So, yeah, I mean, it was like, after that pass play to Richards, it was just a whole different ball game, whole different team. I mean, West Virginia had that little touchdown, but it was never really close after that. I remember watching it and I'm like, man, come on, here we go again, because it's been 10 years. But then Richards got that pass and wow. But yeah, as you can see, Miami had 20 first downs to West Virginia's 11. Now, Miami they were only 3 of 12 on third down. Okay. West Virginia was 6 of 17. Total yards, Miami had 363 to West Virginia 229. Passing, Miami had 282 to 134, in which Miami was 24 of 34. West Virginia 17 of 26. Rushing, West Virginia had 95, Miami had 81, so I kind of can't. But West Virginia had 11 penalties for 108 yards. Wow. They did. Let's see, West Virginia did have a fumble loss. They did turn the ball over on a fumble. So, Brad Kaya, 24-34 for 282 and 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. Walton had 52 yards rushing. Edwards, 19. Yearby, 16. Receiving, again, ball spread out pretty good. Richards had that, 68 yards receiving. He did have that touchdown on that 51-yard pass. Barrios, 64 yards receiving and a touchdown. Coley, 51. And Njoku, 44 with a touchdown. Herndon, 38, which is probably more than the whole tight end room last year in 2023 total. Lewis had 19 yards and a touchdown reception. For West Virginia, Skylar Howard, 17 of 26, 134. Basically, as far as rushing goes, Howard, the quarterback, was the leading rusher with 63 for a touchdown. McCoy had a touchdown. Receiving, Shorts was 61 yards. He was the leading receiver. Defensively, it looks like McIntosh and Owens had a sack together. Quarterman, Joe Jackson, and Cortell Jenkins had a sack. And then, of course, Ken Norton had a fumble recovery. And the leading tackler was Corn Elder. And Miami had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They had 9 tackles for losses. West Virginia. Get my stats here. What we got? Okay, sacks. Christian Brown had the lone sack. David Long was their leading tackler. And they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they had like 10 tackles for loss. All right, so with the victory, the final ACC standings, Miami goes 9-4 overall, 5-3 in the ACC. They finished second in the Coastal, which they were kind of in they're in a three-way tie, but they had the tiebreaker except for North Carolina, which lost to somebody else, but who cares? They finished second. It didn't matter. Of course, in the Atlantic, you had Clemson and Louisville tied at 7-1. All right, real quickly, looking at the team stats. Miami outscored their opponent 446 to 241, which is pretty impressive. Points per game, Miami 34 to their opponent's 18.5. Drastic change from last year. Rushing yardage. This is really good too. Miami had 1973 to their opponent's. Come on, get your shit straight here, buddy. The opponent's 1695. Passing yardage. Miami had 365 passing yards to the opponent's 2779. There was only 7 interceptions thrown. 7 interceptions thrown on the year for Miami, but the opponents threw 8. Average per pass. This is really good. Miami was averaging, 8.4 per pass. The opponent 6.2, which brings me back to I hate to backtrack, but the rushing, Miami was averaging 4.5 yards a rush to the opponent's 3.4. Again, drastic change from the year before. Oh, Katie is on a roll, girl. Coaches can kill the portal if they just band together a blackball any player that goes in the portal. Only 7% of all college athletes make a pro team. They better focus on education. And yeah, you're right. Katie's starting to sound like me a while ago. All right. So, yeah, as you can see, the defense is not giving up as near as much. Total offense, Miami had 5,500 to the opponent's 4,400. Big change. And then when I get to the yearly average, you'll see. Let's see here. What am I looking for? You know what I'm looking for. Third down conversion. Still got to figure this out. I don't understand it. Miami was 36% on third down conversion, but the opponent was 39%. This is interesting. Miami allowed 38 sacks on the year, loss of 238 yards, but the defense only had 25 sacks. Not good. It looks like Miami outscored their opponent in every quarter, so that's good. Now, let's look at individual stats here right quick. So Walton finished the year with 1,117 yards rushing. Yearby finishes with 608 yards rushing. See if I can make this a little bigger there. There we go. Gus Edwards finishes with 290. Passing. Kaya. He played all 13 games. See if I can highlight this here for you. So Kaya finishes with a 62% passing completion rate. He only had 7 interceptions. He did throw for 3,532 yards, 27 touchdowns to only 7 interceptions. He averaged 272 yards a game passing. Also, the big thing, he ended up finishing number 1. Katie got the angry faces. That portal can be shut down if the schools just refuse like Dabo. Why spend effing millions on recruiting when your whole damn roster will jump in the portal after 2 years? You right. And Katie getting upset like I was earlier. I like that. We need some excitement around here. Okay, receiving. Richards finishes the season as the leading yardage receiver with 934. Shoot. Coley comes in second with 754. And then Njoku, imagine that, a tight end as a 700. Why do I keep doing this here? I'm trying to highlight it. There we go. You know, tight end comes in with almost 700 yards receiving. We ain't said that in a while. Coley had 9 touchdowns and Njoku had 8. Total offense scoring, not really worried about that. Interceptions, Jenkins had 2. Colbert, Smith, Young, Elder, Pickney, and Johnson, Jaquan Johnson all had 1. None were returned for touchdown. Miami had 8 interceptions on the year. The opponents only had 7. But those 7 got 87 yards off of it, in which the longest was 60. No touchdowns. Kick returns. The opponents did have a kickoff return for a touchdown, but Miami did not have any kick returns for a touchdown. Barrios did have a punt return for a touchdown. Fumble returns, of course, Quarterman and Jackson had that return for Georgia Tech, and then Michael Jackson had the 1 touchdown. On a fumble return. Let's see. Come on. Defense. All right. Top tackler was Carter with 85. Quarterman had 84. He was second. Tackles for loss, it looks like Quarterman, McIntosh, and Jackson all had 13. Sacks. Jackson had 8.5. He led everybody. Quarterman, Elder had 3. Thomas had 4.5. Looks like Mr. Jenkins had 2 interceptions. He led the team. Altogether, Miami had 134 tackles for losses, and they had 37.5 sacks. And that's basically the individual stats. Now, this little bad boy here. It's my little defensive chart that I came up with. So the last time we spoke, Miami was averaging 210 yards a game passing on defense. They were averaging a touchdown a game. And the opposing quarterback was 66% completion ratio. Completion percent, excuse me. But the rushing defense was giving up 181 yards, 181.5 yards a game, 2 touchdowns, and 4.8 yards a carry. That was under D'Onofrio. Now, 2016, under Diaz, team does go 9-4. Now, they're giving up 4 yards more on average per game passing, but the completion percentage of the opposing quarterback has come down 1%. I know it ain't much, but it is 1%. Now, here's the biggest jump. Under D'Onofrio, in 5 years, the rushing defense, like I said, was giving up 181.5 yards rushing. The first year under Diaz, the defense was giving up 133 yards a game on rushing average. That's pretty good bit. They only get like an average of 1 touchdown a game. The average rush per game went from 4.8 to 3.5, which is kind of starting to get back to the Shannon days, back in 04, 05, 06, where they were only averaging 3.1 yard per carry. So, yeah, I mean, it's like we went from 4.8 to 3.5. That is not bad. And I hate to say it, but in 2 years under Mario, the defense has given up 3 3/4 yard per carry. I'm just giving you numbers. Take it or leave it. Just giving you numbers. All right, so let's go through some year-end totals here. So rushing attempts, Mark Walton for 2016, he goes for 209 attempts, which is 4 better than Joe Yearby in 2015. In yards, Joe Yearby finishes his career at Miami number 9 at 2,119. Walton, this is his second year. He is number 21 at 1,578. In which this 2016 season, Mark Walton was number 7 all time for season rushing totals at 1,117. So, not bad. Not bad at all. I mean, you just look at the company they're keeping, you know. But we didn't have any talent in 2016. All right. Mark, he was at 1578. He was 21. All right. Touchdowns. Career. Mark Walton, number 9. He has 23 already. It's only his second year. He has 23 and he's number 9. He went past Clinton Portis. So take that for what it's worth. Now, for a season in 2016, Mark Walton scored 14 touchdowns, which is tied for number 3 with Eddie Dunn from 1948. You know, that's one better than Edrin James in 97. Stewart, 90. I mean, just look at the names, man. Look at the names that he had the 14 rushing touchdowns. Only third behind McGahee and Edrin. But this Martinez guy, he's going to be the golden child. Just saying. 100-yard games. Mark Walton and Joe Yearby are both tied number 10 with 6 with Damian Barry. Not bad company. As far as the season goes, Mark Walton, he had 6 in 2016, which has him at number 7. Passing, like I said, Brad Kaya finishes his 3-year stint at Miami because Kaya ended up leaving his junior year, and he ended up having 9,968 yards passing. Could
Was
you
he
imagine
forced
if?
out, or was he, or did
Well,
he
no, he
decide?
left. He
No, I
went on
know, but
his.
remember that him and Richt were having issues.
And well, since Kaya was a Golden player, he wasn't a Rick player. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I mean,
Because Richt, I think, wanted a running quarterback,
in
and
Rozier,
Kaya was a stationary quarterback. So
and again, the system contradicted the quarterback and vice versa. It seems to be a common theme. I mean, dude, you've got the number 1 yard quarterback in Miami history. And I mean, Kaya finished in 3 years with almost 10,000 yards passing. The second best was Ken Dorsey at 9,600. I don't know. Maybe Rick had sour grapes because, Rick really wasn't the quarterback he thought he was, but I digress. But I mean, dude, you got a Brad.
It was just very key because call me whatever, I think if Kaya stays, we win the national championship the next year.
I will agree. But again, look at the numbers. Let's look at the numbers. He had a few more attempts than Ken Dorsey. Okay. His completion percentage was higher than Ken Dorsey. He had more completions than Ken Dorsey. And he had more yardage than Ken. I mean, dude, think about it. If he would have stayed the next year, he'd have had 4,000 yards plus passing.
Easy.
Very easy. But again, it seems to be a theme. You have the talent on the roster, but yet the coaches don't want to, adapt and evolve. Sound familiar? It's going to be my way. I'm doing it the way I want to. And, again, think of Ja'Cory Harris, number 3 in yardage. If they would have had a system suited to his strengths. Stephen Morris. And again, this is no disrespect to any of the other guys on the list. But, I don't know. But that's okay. Cam Ward's going to save the day. He's going to be the greatest quarterback in Miami history. And I guarantee you.
There's one thing you forgot about this season. The turnover chain. You didn't mention not one time the turnover chain.
That came out in 2016. How did I forget that?
Don't know.
I don't know. We spent the first 3 hours talking all kind of, I guess I forgot. But anyway, turnover chain. But again, Katie has something for Shad. I'll be in the told you so crowd. I stake out my position early so I don't have to badmouth after the fact. But, and again, this is going to probably ruffle a lot of feathers because, most people started their history in 2017, but, a lot of similarities. It's just, why didn't they, if they could have kept Kaya? And that's why I'm saying, nothing against Cam personally, nothing against Cam Ward personally, but if the the powers that be decide to add everything that Cam did prior to Miami to his Miami totals and put him up here, nah, that ain't going to happen. I don't like it. I'm going to disagree with that. But again, I mean, I really think Kaya would have, he would have. But you know how Miami Athletics are. I mean, passing yards this season, look at this. Every year Kaya played, he was in the top 10 all time for yardage in a season. You know, when's the last time a Miami quarterback in their first 3 years have been in the top 10 all time for yardage in a season? You know?
You know, it's the crazy part. We will never have another Brad Kaya.
We won't. We really won't. And could you imagine? No, we'll get to it later. We'll get to it later. Don't do it right now. I almost jumped ahead. Oh. And again, with completions, in 2016, Kaya had 261, 215, 238, 2014, 221. Again, all three in his 3 years he played. I mean, as a freshman, he was number 10 in completions. Attempts, all time, he had the most attempts. You know, and then in a season, 2016, that 421 attempts tied him with Stephen Morris from 2012. And then, of course, in 15 and 14, 389 and 378. So, I mean, he was attempting, he was completing, he was making the yardage. You know, percentage. He finishes, you know, all-time number 3 behind Kozar and Testaverde at 60.6. Okay. You know, the 2016 season, he went 62% completion percentage, which was number 4. In 2015, he was 61.2. And of course, yeah, his completions all time at 720. Touchdowns. Unfortunately, he only finished 3rd, but he had 69 touchdowns. Katie, it's okay. Don't shut it. If you get mad, you get mad. Keep talking. Keep talking. Don't ever shut up. Okay, so Brad, I mean, he had 69 touchdowns in 3 years of being there. You know, number 3. His 27 in 2016 and his 26 in 2014 gives him number 3 and number 4 in a season all time. You know, only behind Walsh and Dorsey. You know, now receiving, this is the good part. Stacy Coley finishes number 2 all time in receptions with 168, only behind Reggie Wayne. His 63 receptions in 2016 is number 3 for a season total, behind Hankerson and Willie Smith. Career receiving yards of all the Miami receivers they've had up to this point in 2016, Stacy Coley finishes number 5 with 2,218. I mean, he's behind Moss, Wayne, Irvin, Lamar Thomas. You know, I mean, look at this. We just got through talking about Hankerson, Benjamin, Dorsett, Hearns. But, you know, we didn't have any talent back then, you know. it just blows my mind how things weren't better. Touchdowns, receiving touchdowns. Stacy Coley is tied number 4 with Reggie Wayne and Andre Johnson. Hall of Famers, if I'm not mistaken, at 20. You know, in 2016, Stacy Coley's 9 touchdown receptions netted him number 7 all-time, tied with the great Eddie Brown, Michael Irvin, and Andre Johnson. And, of course, all-purpose yards. We had just talked about Duke being number 1, but Stacy Coley ended up number 6 at 3,794. Man, this is so depressing looking at this.
The crazy part is Coley could have been better at Miami.
I know. You know, Walton, all-time touchdown career. Walton in 2 seasons at 25 touchdowns as number 10. He's tied with Eddie Dunn, the great Alonzo Highsmith. You know, season that 2016 with 15 touchdowns, Mark Walton, number 3. Bagley had 10 field goals. I was trying to give them a little love, but yeah, it's just, you know, kick returns. Coley, number 3 all time with 1,142 yards on 46 kick returns. You know, his 13 and 14 year, number 4 and 5 for best seasons at 570 and 541 yards. Vogel was punting his ass off. Wait a minute. Whoa. The longest rush from scrimmage, Mark Walton's 80-yard run against Appalachian State, was number 9. Tied with Plevel from 57, the great Otis Anderson back in 78, and Edrin in 97. Against Pittsburgh, Brad Kaya's completions of 32 was 3rd best behind Brock and Walsh. Yeah, I can't look at this anymore. Y'all can look this up if you want to, but yeah, it's so depressing to see those numbers, you know, to see what those young men accomplished in comparison to past Hurricane greats. You know, and the fact that your Kayas, your Coleys, your Dukes, and et cetera, just never were allowed the success that, you know, other Hurricane players had achieved. You know, I tell you, you swap out Brad Kaya with Ken Dorsey. Imagine.
Breaking records.
You swap out Coley, Dorsett with, I don't know, Reggie Wayne, Santana Moss.
They could hold their own.
You know, Mark Walton. What would he have done in the 01-02 season? Of course, that could hold true with, you know, Lamar Miller, et cetera, et cetera. But you see where I'm getting at? And it's about the coaching. You know, these 4 games that Miami lost against Florida State, North Carolina, Virginia Tech, Notre Dame, you know, it wasn't like they were blown out. Well, the Virginia Tech was, but the other ones weren't really that big a blowout. It's just, you know, Miami was there. They were in the position to win, but the play calling sucked. Again, I go back to game day, game plan fiasco. That's all it was, the game day game planning. No adjustments. It seemed like there was no adjustments. But again, we had no talent back then. All of our talent is now. You see. All right. Where am I at?
Upgrade, downgrade to end the show.
Thank you very much. I was about to get on my high horse. All right. That's right. I didn't give it an introduction, but it's cool. It's everybody's favorite game. The game that everybody wants to rip off and come up with their own Chinese knockoff. Upgrade, downgrade. Let me bring the screen up. Hopefully studio is still with us.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I hope I didn't bore you to death on those numbers. All right. Y'all know how we do this. For those of you who may be new or may be watching this later and are new, what we do is we take the episode depth chart, in this case, the 2016 depth chart, and we compare it to the alleged 2024 depth chart, and we decide is the in this case 2016 an upgrade or a downgrade. So wide receivers, I'm saying upgrade.
Well, I'm sorry. 2024 upgrade or
2016 upgrade. I mean, you got Coley.
Okay.
You got Barrios, Lewis, Richards. Now, granted, these are golden players.
I think it's the upgrade too.
And again, we haven't seen the Young Bucks play yet for 2024. So, now this is interesting. This is going to be interesting. The offensive line. The offensive line from 2016 compared to now. Oh, man.
I'm going to downgrade slightly.
As a group, as a whole, I'm going to have to just go, like you said, very slightly downgrade 2016, just a little bit.
What's the starting lineup? I can't just read it to me. I could barely see.
Oh, my bad. You've got left tackle Trevor Darling, left guard Casey McDermott, center Nick Linder, right guard Danny Isadora, right tackle Sonny Odagu.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna say 20. Give me 2016.
Okay. All right. I know it's a hard call. It's really a hard call. Let's see here. Tight ends are still off the table. It's 2016 upgrade,
Yeah, upgrade.
Yeah.
Quarterback, I'm telling you right now, I'll take Brad Kaya over anybody, including Cam Ward, on the 2024 team. So I say upgrade on 2016.
I agree.
I don't know now. It's $1 million quarterback we're talking about.
No disrespect to Cam, but I mean, Kaya.
You ain't see that Patrick Mahomes throw in the spring?
All I know is Kaya was about 32 yards away from being 10,000-yard passer career for Miami. And, you know, Brad stayed with one team.
I go with 2016 upgrade. I like Brad Kai. But I wish they would have ran the ball more with him, and he would have been a lot more high percentage, more efficient. I don't know.
Well, he messed up his knee. He couldn't run.
No, I ain't talking about run the ball. I'm talking about
the running back.
Run Gus Edwards instead of disappearing for 2 and 3 games at a time. Then he pop up and have 6. He might have 2. Then he had 11. He was like, come on.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, you know, with Kaya and Rozier in the quarterback room, I mean, that's not a bad 1-2 punch if you think about it. You know. But again, I mean, you're looking at the all-time passing yard leader in Miami history. You know. But to each their own. Running backs. With Walton, Yearby, and Edwards. Now, I know Edwards probably wasn't utilized very well. But as a group with Walton, Yearby, and Edwards, I'm going to say I'll take 2016 over 2024. That's including Martinez.
I agree.
And this is Walton as a sophomore.
I ain't like Marl Walton too tough. And Joe Yearby was too small. All he had was that little hop step. And then they ain't use Gus, so whatever. I'll take our running backs this year.
Okay. All right, cool. And yeah, I agree. Gus was very underutilized. I mean,
I like Walton. I like Walton a lot.
I do. I like Walton. I like Yearby. It's, you know, it's like, you know, Yearby was, he come in, he was, you know,
old school running back.
Oh yeah. Yearby was, you know, this highly touted running back. And then, you know, as the next guy, Walton come in, Yearby started to fade. It's like, you know, we were getting the running backs, you know.
Yeah, if Walton and Ahmad do not get hurt the next year, even without Kai, we could have won. We could have made it to the playoffs.
Easy. Could you imagine? But we're not going to do that yet. Okay. Defense.
Don't even ask me this question.
I mean, honestly, the defensive line, I'll take 2016 all day.
Every position on the defense is better than what we currently have now.
And what I was going to say earlier is this linebacking core of freshmen, true freshmen, McLeod, Quarterman, and Pickney, I will take them over anything Mario has brought to the table in 2022, 2023, 2024.
That whole defense is better than what we have now.
Oh, yeah. Most
That's don't even ask me. Just put the whole defense.
Yeah.
You know, just.
What you say, Studio?
I'm pretty much in agreement.
Yeah.
I have to look at that linebacker a little bit more because I know I love Quarterman, but Pickney, Cloud, it was good, but I'm looking at Kiko, and then, you know, to me it's almost an even Steven on that one. But secondary, I like 2016 secondary and the defensive line with Norton, McIntyre, Joe Jackson,
Chad Thomas.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you had, you know, Elder, Jenkins, Johnson, Carter, Knowles, Red Wine was coming in. But I mean, the thing about the linebackers with McLeod, Quarterman, and Pickney, those were true freshmen, dude.
Yeah.
Those cats were playing high school ball the year before. And
if you had a choice to start this year, you would start Kiko over all of these dudes?
I would.
I wouldn't.
I would. Because
Okay, all right.
Kiko got a little bit more pursuit athleticism than Quarterman. Quarterman was more stiff. I mean, he was strong tank. Don't get me twisted. Quarterman was my man.
No, you're good. You're good.
I just liked it, that Kiko speed, man. I seen Kiko run down with your boy. What his name? Kajoba George in the spring on that play. I said, "Oh yeah, we got some speed at linebacker. We ain't
You're a damn lie because Kiko didn't play during the spring, so you just straight.
I'm talking about that spring before when we first got Kiko.
Oh, when we first got Kiko, I was like, we ain't play this spring.
When I seen a little play to Jacoby Jordan, man, he ran him down. I said, "Oh my goodness." That was the spring I seen Kiko jump in the backfield, hit Henry Paris. I was like, man, I ain't seen a linebacker shoot a guy like that and I don't know how long. I was convinced. I was convinced that spring on Kiko. I ain't gonna much lie.
And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
The only problem he had a little bit was sometimes he didn't know if he was gonna blitz or cover that wheel route. That's the only issue we were having. That was a defensive scheme thing with Guidry and dropping people back. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see how that defense go.
Yeah, Manny did the same dumb stuff. I don't get
dropping. Who's our defensive coordinator again?
Guidry. Lance Guidry.
No, I'm talking about in 16.
Manny.
That was Manny.
Oh, upgrade down.
Well, I mean,
give you Manny all day.
Manny sometimes Manny was bringing pressure too much, but it was still. I mean,
blitzing a lot too,
it was still.
We ain't seen the cornerback blitz. Guidry, we were sending so many cornerback blitz out. Like, okay, I liked it, but I don't know. That's a tough call, to be honest. They both the same level.
The disappointment about Manny. Manny had the correct Miami mindset. He just didn't know how to execute it correctly. I'm like, he knows. I know, even though
he was a good defensive coordinator, regardless of what you say, he got our defense back.
Even as a head coach, I think he had the right mindset. He just didn't know how to execute it. It just like one thing didn't lead to the other. I really wish he would have gone to Temple, then he would have came to Miami.
Yeah.
I answer the question though. Will you take Manny as a D coordinator now or Guidry?
Manny.
Yeah, Manny had a good defense.
Look what he did at Penn State.
Yeah, Penn State looking all right up there.
Yeah, look what he did at Penn State. Manny's a beast I know the Mario groupies might hate him, but Manny was a beast. He's a.
Oh yeah.
He's if you tell him to do one thing, he's gonna do it great. But if you tell him to run a program, he's gonna stumble a little bit because he's never ran a program.
Exactly. He kind of in over his head. That's why he should have went to a Temple or a smaller school just to get his feet wet. Kind of like what Mario did at FIU, even though he didn't do it too well.
And Manny going to Duke is not a smart. I think he's going to feel that Duke. It's not I don't know what made him take that job. I'm like, that's not a good job.
Yeah, he may end up in the same boat like he was at Miami.
He'll get fired after 2 to 3 years.
Yeah. But anyway, so that is the 2016 season. I know the Guru and Cuban are still with us, but if anybody else has made it this far, appreciate it very much. I mean, we've been on for almost 6 hours. But next episode is 2017. Now,
is it a good season?
Well, I can't tell you. I don't want to give any spoilers out, but I will say this. Probably 95 to 99% of the Hurricane fans today, the true Hurricane fans, this is where their Miami football history starts. There was no Miami football before 2017. When it comes to comparing quarterbacks to a Cam Ward, they only go back to 2017. I'm sure the same happens with Martinez, the running back. They probably only go back to 2017. Because if some of these alleged experts would actually do the work and take these players and compare them to actual Miami history, you know, it may make a more realistic observation. But just like coaches who take players out the portal instead of taking the time to develop it, sometimes you got to do the work. Because like I said before, you know, all the portal does is make for lazy coaches to be successful, you know. But anyway, I digress. So anyway, yeah, that's it. I do appreciate it. Thank you guys. Thank you, Cuban. Thank you, Mr. Guru. I appreciate y'all hanging for the whole time. Appreciate you letting me go off like I did, but I had to say it. This has been fun. It's been long, but it's been fun. Thanks to Katie. She was getting a little feisty there near the end. Thank you, Katie, for coming by. Shad, thank you, Shad, for stopping by and speaking with us. I know you got that can of Chef Boyardee beef ravioli heating up in the microwave. Miss Ellen V, thank you for stopping by. QB, always a pleasure having you with us. Did I miss anybody? I think that was really everybody who said hello. I mean, now
Ellen.
if anybody, yeah, Miss Ellen, yes, Miss Ellen. That's it. So yeah, I appreciate everybody stopping by on the live stream. Now, if any of you folks come by later on, appreciate it. I'm sure some people will be like, good God, that thing was 6 hours long. But honestly, truth be told, we were chatting for like the first 2.5 hours. That was good. That was the best part of the show. Truth be told, that was good conversation. That's conversation that I think everybody needs to hear, you know, but it was good stuff. Y'all got anything to say before we dismiss?
No, sir.
No, pretty good.
All right.
Good.
Well, look, as always, thank you, studio, for stopping by. Cuban, you know I appreciate you as always. I don't know when we're going to do it again. It may be a Monday night show next week after next, or it may be a weekend show. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But anyway, until next time when we come together and go over 2017, thank y'all so much. Peace, love, and soul. You know it's always about the you for me every day, all day. And we're going to catch y'all next time.
Yo.
Thank y'all so much. We'll see y'all next time. Bye.